Hey everybody, what's going on? Thanks for coming in on this dusk hour here, Friday. You look behind me, just watching the sunset in the truck stop here. Waiting for our good friend Cash's King Trucking to come in. He's late, you know. Uh, Little secret, not the first time today he's late. Not the only thing he was late for today. Uh, we'll go ahead and ask him about that when he gets in here. Yeah, but we're not going to make him wait as long to join us in the chat as the customer is to load him because, that's what happens when you're late. So we just wanted to do a live stream tonight, chit chat, have a little bit of fun, talk about, solve all the problems in the trucking industry in one short hour. Let's see who we got in here while we're waiting for our man Cash to come on in. We got Truckers Assistant Coach TV. He says, "You wish, buddy." You talking about that thumbnail? Uh, and my girlfriend's following me down the street. That was a little picture we took this morning, just hanging out. Christopher Plecker says, "DIY looking like them mega carrier drivers, seeing a work zone up ahead, knowing they get to pass people for once." Had that look of elation on my face. Oh, Freight Trucking in the House channel member says, "Boom. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for stopping on in tonight. We're just waiting for our partner in crime to join us here. Running a little late. Gotta make sure I hit that like my own video here. There we go. Go ahead and hit that little like button there. Thumbs up. Oh, here's the man of the hour right here. Let's bring him on in.
Can you hear me?
No audio, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time I have a problem with this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, can't hear you.
I can't get the audio to work. I'll be back.
Oh, maybe he was muted. That might have been my fault. We won't tell him that. We won't tell him that is my fault. He'll come on in. Freight Truck, it says, "Tell my ladies I'll be home soon." Oh, yeah, when I see them. I ain't telling my ladies that. Oh, Freight Truckin' said he can hear Cash, but I couldn't hear him for some reason. Can everybody hear me okay? Am I plugged in? I'm plugged in. Let me see, I might be having some technical difficulties here. Now you can hear me. Now you should be able to hear me. Now you can hear me. Now you should be able to hear me. Audio. Maybe that's it. Huh. I don't know. We'll try it. See if we can get our buddy to come back in here. So where's everybody at tonight? What's everybody doing? Now you hear me, now you don't. Dean says yes. Clyde says he was just watching the replay of the last live. Which one was that? What did we do? What was it? Oh, the extending the hours of service. Okay. I wonder why that everybody could hear Cash except for me. Maybe we got to turn these. I get it now. That was my bad. I didn't switch my speakers over to my headset. I'm gonna text him. Tell him come on back in. Say, my bad, sir. My bad. So yeah, Friday night here. We're chilling. Seeing what's up with everybody. Finishing off a long, hard week of just chaos. Anybody else having that? At least twice a week here. Having sending trucks to pick up loads, and the driver will check in and they'll say, "Oh, yeah, we don't have any product to ship. We don't even have a load to give you. Call your dispatcher." Or they'll show up and they'll say, "Oh yeah, we pushed that load back to next week." Well, how about you tell somebody? You bitch and complain about the freight rates being so high. How about you do your part? Stop wasting money. Oh, come on, Oliver. Says I won't be able to fit in the truck. I can fit in the truck just fine. Come on. Camera adds 100 pounds. What are we talking about here? Uh, uh, Incidentally, nice emblem. I own an Oliver. Freight Truckin' says, paid off my truck. Huge deal for me. Congratulations. Yeah, good for you, man. Good for you. Gary Bates says, dilemma. Should I submit a credit application for a new or used truck? If you need a truck and you don't have the money to pay cash, I guess you're going to need to borrow it. Better have a big down payment and be prepared to pay a lot of interest, because that's the way it's going right now. Clyde says, screwy week this week. Called it a week early. See how they feel after the holiday. Yeah, I forgot it was a holiday Monday. Here I'm looking for loads and looking for loads. And I'm like, what? Where the hell are all the loads? And then I'm like, oh, yeah, Monday's a holiday. That kind of sucks, but we'll figure it out. No, normally a holiday, things are kind of banging. I don't have trouble booking loads because a lot of trucks are off the road. You can get better rates, or at least the day after. I may wait till the day after, see if guys want to take a couple extra days off or something, and we'll catch that catch up freight right there. Yeah, everybody tell Freight Truckin' congratulations. He paid off his truck. What did he say today? Yesterday? I don't know. He says he just paid off his truck, so that's good. He's trucking on the cheap now. Now he's gonna stack up cash and pay cash money for another one, for a new one. East Texas trucker in the house says, evening, gentlemen. Thanks for coming in. So yeah, having trouble with loads, a couple times a week here at least. Trying to pick them up. They can't load the truck. Don't have the product. Quick story. Last Friday, we had sent a driver for a load. The shipper said, we got nothing. So, I cancel the load, move on, get a tonneau, move on to this other load that's somebody was begging for a truck for. So called them. She gets it squared away. She calls the shipper to schedule it. Calls him back, says, yeah, they said they gave it to another broker because I didn't find a truck fast enough. She said, but they do have this other load. And let me tell you about that. And I says, all right. So 2 pickups right where we were at, right next to each other. 3 drops, really easy ones. She says they're willing to pay the same amount of money. I said, all right, well, tell me. She gave me all the details. She's like, but it's got to go tonight. It has to go tonight. It must deliver tomorrow morning. 308 miles between all 3 drops. Willing to pay $3,500. I'm like, yeah, we'll definitely do that. Definitely do that. Now, keep in mind that they were desperate for a truck. This load had to go. They promised it to the customer, and it had to be in the morning. First thing in the morning at the first drop. Driver shows up to the first pickup. Nobody there. They all went home. So after getting it all sorted out, they got on the phone and got somebody to come in and load the truck, 5 pallets, went on to the second pickup. They're like, we don't have any product for you. We got nothing to give you. There's a load of peppers. They're like, they're still in the field, man. Maybe check tomorrow. I don't know. And I called the broker. I says, you mean to tell me they were that desperate for a truck to ship something that they don't even freaking have? Paid all that money, and they don't have anything to ship? So that's ridiculous. So next time people are bitching about, it costs so much to ship our freight. How about if you find out if you have anything before you order a truck, or even gonna have anything? Uh, don't promise it to a customer if you're still waiting for the peppers to grow. Hey, don't promise them tomorrow. So long story short, waited till the following night. I says, take pleasure in the fact you're getting paid all this money to do nothing. You waited and got them on and got the stops off over the weekend, which is they were all a nightmare, but got her done and got paid a whole bunch of money to go not very much of a distance. Let's add cash back in. It was my fault, man. I didn't have the sound switched over to my. Now I can't hear you again. Oh, I got you muted. Can't unmute your guest. Their mic isn't connected.
Any better?
It says your mic isn't connected. Can you all out there hear Cash? Can you hear him? Because I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know.
Anybody tell me if they can hear Cash?
Oh, well.
Anybody? Can you still hear me? They can hear you, but I can't hear you. Why the hell can I not hear you? Let me go through some of my settings. Cash, you entertain them for a minute. Let me see if I can get get you to where I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen. That was actually my bad on the. Apparently, StreamYard was trying to open in my browser. Is that any better?
I do not know what's going on. I cannot hear him for the life of me. Maybe it's a StreamYard problem. Oh, we can try some more. We'll run through some comments here again. Where are we at? 2 for 1 says he saw a $44,000 load today on DAT, Hawaii to Alaska. You're going to need some high flotation tires to haul that load for him, buddy. I'll tell you what. Congrats. Let's add him back in here. Have another run at it.
Can you hear
Oliver
me now?
says he's in the same shape. 11 years in trucking is hard on the body. It is, Oliver. I don't take it personal. It's what it is. Back on the wagon. Doing the right things, losing some weight again. So over the course of time here, we'll get her straightened out. Don't worry. Join me. We'll do it together there, Oliver. Cash, let's try this again.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear something. Wonder if it's my doggone headphones went out. The guests can all hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me get it going. I'll see some comments here.
How about now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
This sucks. I don't know what's going on. Microphone. Mayday. Mayday.
Hey, can you hear me now?
I hear you. What happened?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I don't know. StreamYard's a big bag of shit, in my opinion.
You can hear me, right? Everybody in the crowd can hear both of us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, let the hilarity ensue. We owe these people a good show
right.
now for everything they put up with.
Yes, I 100% agree.
Hey, we got a feller or a young lady in here. I'm not sure which. Freight trucking. Oh, I believe that's a young man. Paid off his truck. Just paid off his truck. What do you think about that?
There you go. That's good. That's a good thing to do. I'd advise it.
Yeah, trucking on the cheap now. What do you think?
Yeah,
Stacking
for
money?
sure. For sure, that's the way to do it. Way to do it.
Yeah,
Sorry, I gotta keep
everybody's
I
on.
gotta keep what?
You got to keep what?
I gotta keep an eye on everything around here. We're trying to get loaded right now. It's not going well.
They
We're
put you in the door
6
yet?
hours in. Yeah, we're 6 hours in. We're not in the door yet. So, you know, hey, I just I wanted to bring this. I wanted to bring this up. See if anybody else has heard about this. I just got a thing from Uber here. Uber wants us to donate to help the Afghan refugees get settled in, and we'll match every dollar you donate up to $1 million.
Oh, let me tell you how much I'm donating it against my will. They're bringing them all here and putting them very close to where I live, and yeah, I'm paying all kinds of taxes in the state of Wisconsin to pay for all this, and Uber can kiss my ass.
I hear they're gonna house them in your new shed.
Be the quickest damn lightning strike you've ever seen. I'll tell you that.
Oh man, hey, I just got done watching Trucker Money. You know, that's a good series. You should do more of those.
Maybe once a week, you think?
Pick a day and stick with it would be my suggestion.
How about Friday?
Hey, that's usually when people get paid. So yeah.
Yeah, but that's usually when the world burns down. Like when I have everybody picking up a load on Friday, and 4 of them call me and say, "Oh, my pickup number doesn't work," and the other 2 call and say, "Yeah, they're not shipping this load," and then one calls and says, "Yeah, they don't know what the hell you're talking about." So scramble, find different loads or whatever. It's Fridays. Fridays usually start really good, and then they just go right downhill. But
you might have to record that on a Tuesday and put it up on a Friday.
Then it's not current. A lot can go wrong between Tuesday and Friday.
The magic of YouTube, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I know things happen on a Friday. You get overages on a milk load, and just things go crazy.
Show up 8 hours late for your pickup, then sit and wait for a dock for 6 hours. I get it.
Yeah, that's me. That's this guy.
And then you show up late to your best buddy's live stream. It's just all on a day's work on a Friday.
Hey, let me tell you, I actually was proactive this time. About 5 minutes before the live, I started working on my StreamYard. I figured out here's what's going on. Number 1, you cannot use a Bluetooth headset on this thing. I did it like 3 times. It's great because I can hear good and people can hear me, but apparently a StreamYard changed. But what was happening was when I would click that link, it was trying to open StreamYard in Gmail.
What?
Yeah, like you can have like a browser feature in your Gmail, and I had to click the button that said open in Chrome, not Gmail. So,
all right,
I finally figured that out. So
Dean,
in the future,
Dean wants to know when to usually go live. When the mood strikes, I guess. More and more lately. Didn't used to do much for live streams at all. Trying to do a few more lately because then we can answer questions and interact, and I think people like that. I like to answer questions when I can. I don't know them all, but Brian Walker says with rates the way they are, his wife told him to stay out and pay ahead on the truck and the wagon. And Brian, I hope that's the only reason she told you to stay out. She might not want you around for another reason. I'm just saying. Just saying.
You can't talk to a truck driver like that.
Might want to pop in every now and then unannounced. You know what I'm saying?
You can't talk to a truck driver like that. That's just wrong.
Joel Saylor's got a question for you. He says, suggestions for the best companies for new CDL or solo OTR and what today's pay should be. That's a question right up your alley.
Yeah, I don't know. As far as start off company, whatever works best for you, honestly. Whoever will get you in and put you in a truck.
You know what? Close to home is nice. Pick somebody that's close to where you live. it sucks, not having a terminal 1,000 miles from where you live, and then, you got to spend your downtime at their terminal. You park at home, drop the truck off, and go home.
Yeah, yeah. Somewhere local is always nice. Unless you live in Salt Lake City, don't go to CR England or like there's a few companies out there that just have the worst reputations. I would say do what you can to stay out of Western Express, CRST, CR England, Prime. That would be my suggestion. But as far as pay, boy, pay is really coming up here lately. Like it's just going crazy. So yeah, probably like what, 40 cents, 45 cents. I mean, some of these places straight out of school are getting you like, mid to upper 40s. So shoot for the moon.
Yeah. Yeah. The pay is really skyrocketing. I hope if things, switch or calm down, that they don't go through and try to do a bunch of pay cuts, because then you're just going to have the drivers leave. You'll have less drivers. Rather just have it at a sustainable level that you can maintain. If especially a lot of companies now not operating on contract rates. A lot of companies out there now operating only on short-term contracts or spot rates. And they'll be the ones hurt the worst. But contract companies with a lot of contract freight can predict and set their pay accordingly.
Right.
Alex Express in the house, channel member. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Alonzo Turner wants to know, when looking for a used reefer trailer, what are some things to look out for? How many hours are too many? Alonzo, I got a 3 videos there that I did this spring where I was shopping for a reefer trailer. And I went through the whole pre-purchase inspection on, I think, 3 different trailers, videotaped it. And as far as how many hours, I mean, according to if it's appropriate for the year of the trailer, obviously if you get like a 2010, you're probably pushing 20,000 hours on it.
Right.
It's 20,000 hours. You're probably in that neighborhood of looking at a new compressor, which is 4,000 or so, depending on the unit. Look at the general condition of the unit. It's a matter of I've seen units with 40,000 hours on them, sitting in places dropped with loads on them just to chugging away. I don't really want one that old. That's because cargo claims are expensive, but up to 15,000 hours, I wouldn't worry really too much. What do you think, Cash?
Yeah, I agree with you. It depends on what you're going to haul too. Like, if we're hauling produce, like standard, do not freeze loads, then yeah, you don't have to get a brand new shiny trailer. But if you live near the ice cream factory, you probably want to invest some money in a good newer trailer.
Yeah, ice cream, seafood, any of the high dollar stuff or sensitive stuff. Probably want to keep newer equipment.
Yeah.
Daycab Slim and Now, thanks for coming in, buddy. Nice to see you. Yeah, 2 for 1 says he saw a $44,000 load today on debt. You know why they do that? That's not really Hawaii to Alaska, but people do post loads like that, $40,000, $42,000. Most of the time they're doing it just to get their load top posted. So when you search for loads by highest rate, obviously it's probably a $4,000 load, not a $40,000 load. But they put it that way, they can get their load on top for everybody to look at.
Right.
And I've seen people post contracts where they'll post a $300,000 load, but if you look, they want you to take a weekly load from whatever, Minnesota to Maine, and then they'll load you back. Sometimes people will put stuff up like that.
Right.
Yeah. Adco says he's too busy living for the weekend to make sure the freight is in the warehouse. Oh, the companies, yeah. I don't feel sorry for them a bit. They're saying, oh, we can't afford these freight rates. They're killing us. Well, how about you get your act together and stop ordering trucks for product you don't have, or wanting to pay me $3,500 on a 300-mile load when you don't even have what you promised to ship, and you can't load me anyways. You couldn't load me if you wanted to.
Yeah.
What? At the beginning of the day, They know what they have a schedule. They know what trucks are coming in for what loads. Does nobody sit down in the morning and say, okay, I got a truck coming for this load, this load, this load? How about I just check and see if I have that all and say no? Even if they cancel a load 6 hours ahead of time on you, I'd rather have that than to show up and say, oh, call your dispatcher because we don't have nothing to give you. Or, oh, we push that. How many times? Well, we push that back till next week. You want to, and then call the broker. Well, do you want to stay on the load? Well, what do you think, you moron? I'm gonna sit in their parking lot for 7 days. Oh, I'm done with it, dude. Whenever I have that happen now, I yank that truck so fast it make your damn head spin. I don't give them a chance to do nothing. I'm just so sick of it.
Yeah.
Yep. Nomadic Brit says get your CDL before January. All right. Oh yeah. Freight Trucking says
get it before October.
I say get it before Monday. It's a
Right.
holiday. It's a holiday. Rates should be good.
That's right.
Freight Trucking says, what do y'all think about Amazon not testing for THC in their package delivery side? I think they're dumb as mud, dumb as your shoe for admitting to that. And the government should be all over that, like, stink on you know what. Time they play by the same rules as everybody else. If we have to test for it, they should have to test for it. They got, those people are driving. They could kill somebody.
I think it's a great idea. I think Uncle Jeff is just going to keep making more money, and we're going to keep paying for it. I say, well, let's. He wants to go to space. I say, let's shoot his ass to Mars and forget about him.
Yeah, maybe. Wow, that's spooky right there. What she just did.
Yeah, it's so dark out here, man. They don't have any lights in their parking lot. I can't wait to back into a door over here.
You're gonna wait. I'll tell you that. East Texas Trucker says, what do I think of Blue leasing that private fleet out of Wisconsin that Asian Mai featured? I saw that. I didn't really watch it. I should go back and watch it. I haven't seen them before. I've never seen them on the road. I've never seen them around. If they're private fleet, I don't really know what they do. I should look at that. I'm not really attracted to pretty looking trucks. I was at that truck show. I probably looked at their truck. If they were at that truck show. But Freight Trucking, $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Cash is King Trucking is in the chat here, channel member. There's a link to his channel. Everybody definitely go out and check out that channel, Cash is King Trucking. 2 for 1 says he's hauling seafood and lobster. Yeah, that's high dollar freight, my friend. Make sure you got the right cargo insurance for that, man. Don't just haul that willy-nilly. Make sure your cargo, you're going to have a higher limit for that stuff and good reefer. But Freight Trucking wants to do the Minnesota to Maine and back. He wants some of that $1 a mile freight coming out of Maine. What do you think, Cash?
I love that. I love pulling those heavy loads out of Maine. That's probably that lobster load, isn't it? For $1 a mile.
It's probably paper. Ryan wants to go run the Maine too. He trucking Maine. Wish I could get there and back. Getting there is no problem. We can get all kinds. I know you're in Wisconsin, Ryan. We can get all kinds of cash to go to Maine. To come out of Maine, actually, right now out of Maine, you can do okay. But normal times, man, that freight sucks bad. Oh, yeah. In relation to that, trying to put some things together to do a video about something that's happening in Massachusetts right now that everybody that owns a truck needs to know about. I just don't. I'm trying to get somebody to come on a live stream, president of the Massachusetts Truckers Association, and talk about it. It's a big deal, and everybody needs to see it. So if I can't get him to come on, I'll do it by my damn self.
Yeah, you need to do that video.
Yeah, we will. But I don't want to. At the same time, I don't want to draw attention to myself because I don't want them to come picking on me.
Yeah.
So you might see me do it. Maybe I'll do it with a bag over my head so they can't see who's under the bag.
I hear you. I hear you.
Jamie O, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Hi, guy. It will get expensive when then, as you say, kill someone. Yeah, Amazon. Just sheer numbers. Amazon's got a lot of trucks on the road, and I don't care. By Amazon making a statement like that, that's the dumbest thing they could do because you know how lawyers are. They go after right for the deep pockets. Right for the deep pockets. And if one of those subcontractors hurts somebody or kills somebody and they find out that Amazon encouraged them to not test for THC, they're going right to Amazon's throat and they'll get some money. They'll definitely get some money.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's typical Amazon. They're putting all of the liability on the subcontractors.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying, oh, you should do this, not we're going to.
Yeah. Hey, Jamie O, I want to have you on sometime. I'd like to talk about something with you. And if you'd like to do it tonight, if you're parked and sitting there with your phone, let me know. I'll drop the link. You can click on it with your phone and just come in for a minute. I'd like to ask you some questions. If tonight's no good, I understand, or if you don't want to do it, I understand too, but I want to put that offer out there. Roby Miami says, DIY, do you invest in crypto tokens? I don't personally, and I've given my reasons why. I'm not telling other people that they shouldn't. I'm a way more conservative investor. It's not in my wheelhouse, my profile, and I don't care to take that kind of risk. Cash, you dabble a little bit, don't you?
I have bought in twice. Once and then added to it once. But I'm kind of still playing with house money at this point, even though I added back in. It was, but yeah, I got a little bit of crypto, not a lot, and I'm not a buy and sell guy.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime I invest, I don't invest what I can't afford to lose, and I let it ride. I'm trying to, I'll leave my crypto account for my kids. That's kind of how I look at investing.
All right. 2 for 1 says, is manual better than ultra shift for down speeding? Well, that depends. There's different kinds of ultra shift. So you're talking specifically about the Eaton ultra shift, not about auto shifts in general. I don't know. You can manually shift an ultra shift. It's a horse apiece. You hit that downhill at the proper speed and gear from the top. You really shouldn't be shifting on the way down. It's a little dangerous, but you can lock that ultra shift into hold so it won't shift gears. It acts just like a manual. So I don't know. I imagine it's personal preference. Do you have any experience with that ultra shift? I've had a couple trucks with it.
Yeah, I've driven a couple ultra shifts. I don't know. I mean, it's no different once you push that manual button. It's a manual at that point.
Yeah.
I heard a YouTuber the other day talking about something about Jake brakes, and I was thinking really Jake brakes have only been in every truck for about the past 10 years. They were pretty common about 15 years ago, but not every not every truck had them.
Unless you drive for Stevens Transport, they don't put them in their trucks.
Really, they still don't? Wow. But yeah, no. When I first started out in trucking, the first year or so, I drove a truck with no Jake brake. So, yeah, pick the gear at the top and ride it all the way down.
Two stack Mac with a window in the back. Is that what it was?
Close. Yeah, it was a Henderson buggy with 2 draft horses.
Oh, Smokehouse. Look at that. $49.99 super chat. Thank you, Smokehouse. Just a company OTR driver showing some love. Keep the videos coming, and thanks for the truck parking app. Yeah, definitely. That's Cash brought that to you. Also, check out that channel. Well, thank you, sir. That's very kind of you, or ma'am. I don't really know. I don't dare to misgender you in this day and age. I'm just teasing.
Oh,
Well, hey now.
they can
Thank you.
they can cancel you right now,
I
DIY.
know.
I just
I know.
move on.
I know. No, truly, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Hopefully, someday I can do something to help you out and save you that $50 many times over. Oliver 880 um, says, "I know Vinny from Roland Transport." All right, I don't know anybody. I know of Roland Transport. I don't know any of the people there. By the way, I own an Oliver 66 row crop. I love that avatar you got there for your emblem. Uh, Notice the International Harvester hat. Joel Saylor says, any reliable data of driver tractor downtime waiting for loading and unloading seems excessive. I don't know. Cash, you tracked that. You did a video on that. You tracked that for a while, didn't you?
Yeah. I've started tracking it again. I fell off I got about a week behind on it, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to put out half-assed information. So I'm starting on it again. Once I get a month of it in, 30 days, we'll get back to it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where you could find that statistic that I would say reliable. I don't think anything you would see in Freight Waves or CDL Life, or I don't think any of that would be reliable, because who do they ask? Number one, does the person that's writing the story even understand what the hell any of that means? I don't know that any of these people have any kind of experience behind a wheel or sitting in a dock or
Right.
even know what freaking the difference between a reefer and a van. So I don't have an answer for that, really. It is excessive. I'll agree with that. Bobby
Yeah.
Ray. Bobby Ray hit a home run. Says got a Memphis, Tennessee to a Baytown, Texas load of water for $3,000. Killing it, son. Killing it. Robert Burns in the house. Thanks for coming in. A thumbs up and a poop emoji. Appreciate that. Good to see you again, Robert Burns. Brian Walker says, I know people hate on this, but I haven't been north of VA of Virginia and east of Breezewood in years. Just don't have the patience for the Northeast. I don't hate on that. I don't hate on that at all. It's a good strategy. It's a good strategy. Although freight's paying pretty well out there historically. Virginia, the rates I'm seeing out of Virginia, crazy, crazy rates out of Virginia.
Yeah, you can
Always
have all
learning
that I-81 you want. I don't need no I-81 in my life.
All right then. All right then. East Texas Trucker says, I've rediscovered the meaning of tired after running dedicated target teams freight across Iowa, Nebraska, and Colorado the last 3 weeks. Yeah, but dude, you got to be stacking that cash, stacking it after hearing what you're making. Good gosh, man, you're gonna do that for a year and pay cash for your house, something like that. Roby Miami says they can cheat hours on reefers. Can they cheat? I don't know. You'd have to have a good tech. I don't know if you can go into that controller and change the hours or not. It doesn't change if you change the display. That's stored behind that in the controller. I don't know that can be changed. I really don't. Do you, Cash?
I've never had experience with that, but you can kind of look at a piece of equipment, and if it says it's got 2,000 hours on it, and it's leaking oil from seals, and
Yeah.
the paint's all melted off of it, the muffler's rusted. Yeah, it's probably got more than 2,000 hours on it.
Yeah, if they put a new controller on it, then that would change it. But other than that, I don't know. It's just like your car. Can a mechanic go in and change the odometer? I don't think they can anymore unless they change the ECM. I don't think that their programming lets them do it, but I could be, hey, there's a hack for everything, and I'll be the last person to know how that works. Lolly Sanders, $5 super sticker. Appreciate it, Lolly Sanders. Thanks for coming in. Brian Walker says Amazon is just enough pay to shut people up. Is that what it means? Enough just pay the shut up money. Oh yeah, they'll pay enough money to shut people up for suing them or whatever. Probably, but they got it, man. They got it. Why people are so they love to sue? Why has nobody just went after that Amazon money yet? Somebody will one of these days. East Texas Trucker says Teamsters Union is really happy Amazon made that statement. You're probably right. You're probably right. I'm gonna put Jamie. Do you mind if I bring a third? You might want to ask him some questions too here, Cash. It'd be good talk. I'm gonna drop a link here and see if I can get Jamie to come in just for a little bit. I want to ask him some questions because he's up to something I want to know about. I
Okay.
put the link in the chat, Jamie. All I ask is you show your face so I know it's really you. And let's see here. Nomadic Brit says, do you anticipate yearly claims with regard to Reefer product, or has it been rare with yourselves? I haven't had any claims. Just people behaving like buttholes. Honestly, had my first ever trailer rejection a couple weeks ago. Showed up to pick up a load of bottled water at the same place with the same trailer, clean as a whistle as I've been hauling out of for years. And they said, "See ya, fella. We're rejecting your trailer. It has an odor. There's no odor in that trailer. It was clean, no odor. But what was happening is they were extremely busy, and I don't think they could load them. And that was their way of getting out of paying a truck order not used, is to reject his trailer.
Yeah.
Driver was pissed, and I don't blame him. I fully supported him. He had every right to be mad. You seen any kind of shenanigans going on there?
Yeah. With these busy warehouses, man, you don't, they can just pull it out of thin air, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like the other day, I had a tipped over pallet. I got a video coming out Monday about that, but tipped over pallet, I get it, but to refuse a whole load for one tipped over pallet is, even when I said, hey, I'll restack it, I said,
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it, I'll restack it. Nah, they said we ain't got 30 minutes for you to sit there and do that. We're just going to reject it. It's just an easy excuse for them. It gets them one truck ahead,
They don't have 30 minutes to wait for you to restack that pallet, but they were going to keep you in that same dock for 8.5 hours to unload that damn thing.
It was already 2 hours past my appointment time when I got a door.
Yeah, I had something like that happen about 3 months ago. There was a pallet that they were just leaning. 2 pallets were leaning. They weren't tipped. They were still in the shrink wrap. And they said, we don't have time to deal with this. We're rejecting the load. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do with the load? Like, it's the driver said he'd restack it. I'd throw him some money, whatever, would figure it out. But yeah. Hey, let me bring somebody in here a second and ask this gentleman some questions. Jamie.
Hey, good morning. Good evening, gentlemen.
We got Jamie O'Hara in here. I hope I got the right person. I think I do. You've been working with Paul, right?
No, I haven't been. I have not. You got the wrong one. Sorry.
I got the wrong Jamie.
Sorry.
How about that? Hey, while you're in here, what's up? Anything you want to talk about? I'm such a dingbat. The other guy, his name was Jamie O. And I'm like, oh, okay, this must be Jamie O. I never knew his last name. I'm like, oh, okay, I assume must be you.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what happens when you lead a busy life like you do.
Hey, it's is my face red right now? Boy, is that embarrassing. I'll tell you about another.
I don't want to be responsible for that, Adam.
so
do a great job.
Well, thanks for participating. So, hey, you're here. Tell us about yourself.
So I am not a formal truck driver. I'm owner of a construction business.
Okay.
But I listen to you. I listen to Cash and others, learning because I'm aspiring to change what I do. I'm just tired of what I do.
Perfect.
I'm one of the probably thousands and thousands of business owners that having great difficulty finding employees. It's absolutely
terrible.
Brutal. People wouldn't believe the stories. If I was to tell you stories of what's going on, you can't find employees. And I'm out of Massachusetts, actually.
Yeah. You email me every now and then, though, right?
I do. Yeah.
That's okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I don't feel quite so dumb.
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. There's a customer I haul for, and I was talking to him on the phone, I think last week, and he told me, he says, I was telling him some of the problems I was having with freight and getting drivers back and getting more drivers and stuff. And he's like, we stopped handing out paychecks at noon because they don't come back after lunch once they get their check.
Wow.
And he said, I said, well, maybe consider don't hand them out on Friday. Change it to Monday. You give them to them on Friday. You won't see them on Monday. He says, that's no joke. He says, we got them. The people are whining now. They want to get paid at the end of every day. And he says, well, no, yeah, that's what he said. People want to get paid at the end of every day. I said, that's crazy. They don't have any respect for what it takes to do payroll or the costs involved.
Yeah. There's no respect. They knuckle you. Everyone's in the same boat. You're competing against Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
And you just can't compete in the state of Massachusetts. I think minimum wage is, I think, $13 now, as I tell the state rep. Because in Massachusetts, tomorrow night at midnight, the supplemental $300 ends. Okay. So we'll see how many people go back to the workforce. But right now, for someone who fogs a mirror and will show up, it's $25 minimum an hour now. And this same person 2 years ago would be, well, some of these people 2 years ago you wouldn't hire, but because they're willing to supposedly work, you start them at 25 and you hope that you get something out of them.
Yeah.
But
it's brutal. We've been saying it all the time that, like, now's the time. If you're ready, get back to work before all these other people, because they're hiring you for jobs that you ain't qualified for and paying you way more than you deserve. And when everybody else comes back, you're probably going to be their boss. You're probably going to be running the place, and they're probably well qualified to do your job. But guess what? You were the one that's willing to work. So why trucking?
I don't, driving, I typically do 50. Put it this way, I just did a job in Pensacola. We were down there for 5 weeks doing a job. I had to revisit the job a week ago. Did work in Charlotte. So I did from Massachusetts to Pensacola, went and looked at a job outside Memphis on the way back last week. Just I'm 60, just turned 60 just a week ago. Just a change of pace.
Yeah.
I've been banging my head up against the wall for the last umpteen years. And not saying that you guys don't bang your head up against the wall, but
it's different.
It would be a different wall, so it might feel better.
You've probably spent the last how many years beating up your body, that's hard work.
It is. Yeah. Especially today where you don't have help. I'm doing work, I typically would manage, but you can't find help. So you do what you have to keep the business going.
Well, I'm just saying, we're about to take in, a large population of people without jobs here in Wisconsin. So, maybe you want to come up here and do some recruiting. They're not going to understand what you're telling them, but, maybe you can put them to work.
That's right. No, I cringe prior to obviously our new administration, when our past administration, President Trump, would speak about bringing jobs. I would cringe. You bring jobs, who are you going to put in these jobs? We need to open up the borders, but we need to, every person that crosses that border, we need to get their number and give them a number and get them on the tax rolls.
Just put them on a plane and bring them here.
Yeah, exactly. We're doing it obviously all wrong right now. It's ridiculous. But, obviously our president also didn't blow up $85 billion worth of equipment over in Afghanistan that they're now flying around in.
Yeah, I don't really know the whole thing. I don't watch the news. To keep my head intact, I try to stay a little bit out of it. I have my opinions, and we probably share some opinions on that. But yeah, it's a tough environment for any business right now, and So let me ask you this. I talk all the time. Probably people are sick of hearing it but I just think it isn't talked about enough. Is these shortages and everything that are going on? Are you seeing any of that in your business? Is there certain things you can't get, or you have to wait for, or
No,
you're worried
no
about?
question. Yes. Yeah. Materials are very difficult. Obviously, what I deal in, yeah, it has been, products, raw materials are a shortage, so they can't deliver the finished product. That's happening all over in the construction industry.
Now, in
Yeah,
our industry, it's kind of getting worse rather than better. Is it similar with you, or is it about the same?
it goes up and down. It depends on, if now with this Delta variant taking place, you don't know how that's going to affect the supply chain. I'm sure it's going
Yeah.
to impact the supply chain again. So yeah,
Okay.
no, there's definitely been a shortage of materials, longer lead time on ordering something. So yes, it's impacted the construction industry.
All right. Now my man Cash here.
I gotta do some work. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
All right, later,
So
guys.
when you do decide to get into the trucking here, how are you going to go about it? Well, how are you going to decide where to go? Where to go? You'll have to go to driving. Do you already have your CDL, or what are you going to have to do?
I have a CDLB. I've had that forever. So I need
Okay.
to upgrade to an A.
So that you have experience driving that kind of stuff. It shouldn't really be too much to pass the test to upgrade to an A. Um, with air brakes, probably.
Yes, that's
You
correct.
know, you come from a construction background. You're used to operating equipment. I came from a farm, and tractors and wagons. It comes a little bit natural. So you probably be way ahead of your average newer entrant into the business.
That could be. Sure. Sure.
What's
Yeah.
so? What's your dream to do when you go and you get the CDL and you're ready? You say, I'm ready to go trailer trucking. What is it you want to do? You want to just go see the country, stick in that northeast area? What are you looking to do?
No, I'd be, over the road. I'm not interested in staying in the Northeast, being, if you will, home every night. That's of no concern to me. So living in the back of a truck isn't a problem. I do that. I've been doing that forever. Uh,
Okay,
yeah, being
nice.
independent, being independent. Yeah, not a problem.
All right. You think you're going to jump into being an owner right away, or just stay as working for somebody else?
Well, I've been an owner and doing what I'm doing, obviously to learn the ropes. But some others that on the YouTube channel that came out of school and bought their own rig and went into it and made ends meet and possibly beyond that. So I'm not against that, but there's definitely a learning curve.
Well,
I've talked to many people, so
you come with a business background, so
yes,
you're probably going to approach it way differently than a lot of people are just excited to have a pretty truck that goes fast. I mean,
right.
in all honesty, and you probably do quite well. And I'm guessing, being from a construction background, you have a certain bit of mechanical ability to do some things.
Yes. Yeah. So it's really me getting the license and then deciding, which dry van, reefer, flatbed, step deck, what's the best direction to go.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
So I'm
you'll
listening to
figure it out in time.
experts like you and
Oh,
Cash and others.
no expert here, just a lot of hot air, a lot
There you
of
go.
a lot of hot air. But yeah, well, good luck. I think it's going to go well for you. You're getting in. So, what's your timetable?
I'd like to take advantage of the, getting it before the year end, before the new rules implement.
Yeah,
So I've,
definitely a good idea.
yeah, yeah. Been looking at the school down in New Jersey where I can get in and just get it done. I obviously having your own business, being away from the from the business. I try to limit that because you might not have a business if you leave for too long.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I get you. Well, good deal. Yeah, I wish you all the luck with that, man. It's a good time to get in right now. Things are busy. Um, things are hopping. Uh, what's construction like? Is it busy? What's going on there? What are people building?
well, I do work for a major utility. We do a lot of facility maintenance. I do other things, but it's more commercial industrial. Yeah, the business is very good. The problem, as we've already talked, is labor.
Yeah.
You can have the business, but if you can't get it done, and everyone's in the same boat. Robbing
So
from Peter.
you're from Massachusetts, but I'm sorry to say this, but they've lost their ever loving mind right now. If you ask me, the state of Massachusetts, they're putting the pinch on trucking right now with something that they're basically going back to a law they passed in the 90s and decided it's time to enforce this law because it's going to bring us a ton of revenue, and it kind of sucks. So are there a lot of other states up there in that Northeast that are? I didn't know Mass was giving out a $300. Was it weekly or monthly? Basically, a stipend for people that aren't working.
That's correct. That was in addition to the federal unemployment, $300 plus.
Is there any conditions to where you have to show that you're looking for work or trying to get work
No,
or anything?
no. It's minimal. You have a large department of people within the state that make a living off of having people unemployed. So you don't want those people unemployed to not be there. Then you might not have a job. But it's everyone has, as we've already talked, everyone's looking for employees. Unemployment should be literally at 0% right now, and it's not. uh,
You got
it's
that right.
crazy. Yeah, yeah, it's
Wow.
obviously impacting the economy. Again, I can tell you stories as an employer, stories that you wouldn't believe, just dealing with what I've dealt with for the last 18 months of COVID. I mean, we've been busy right from the get go. We haven't stopped. It's just all the government, the supplemental unemployment, taking people off the workforce, and basically they're sitting home. And those people are going to have a difficult time going back into the workplace. They've been
You
sitting for 18 months.
you become unemployable. With extended periods of time of not working, you become unemployable. Maybe
Right.
not in your mind, but employers don't look on that favorably. You know,
No, but again, today, as you've mentioned, someone literally shows up, they fog a mirror, you put them to work. You put them to work. Well,
uh,
good, bad, or again, I can tell you stories that you wouldn't believe. You
yeah.
wouldn't believe.
Not long ago, I had a firsthand experience of somebody at a place I was at. They were having some employee problems, so they lowered their standards drastically, and they had to hire this one guy, and he came in, and after lunch, they never saw him again. Like, where the hell
Right.
did this guy go? Well, they went looking for him eventually, thought maybe he quit, but then they're like, well, his lunchbox is still here. Well, they found him in the bathroom on the toilet, unconscious with a heroin needle in his leg. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
apparently the new thing is you take your lunch break and go shoot up heroin. So nothing would really surprise me. you
Yeah.
know,
No, that's a story that I've gone through. I mean,
yeah.
you see it all. It's sad. It really is sad.
What
Um,
happened to the American work ethic? It is sad. It is
yeah,
sad.
it's crushing the economy
Yeah,
indirectly. It's definitely going to impact the economy.
yeah.
Whether this is where Uncle Sam wants it to go, I don't know. But as a business owner, I have been fighting it at the local level, and our elected officials. You have to, as I think Asia Mai showed the troopers, the DOT inspectors that pulled over that truck for the blown tire. Did you see
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, that was on private property.
Right. And things like that. Obviously, something can be done. The public, you, me, if you get involved, things can change.
Mhm.
I'm actually, have my construction business, but I'm also a city councilor in the city that I
Very
live
good.
in. And people have to get involved. If you stand on the sideline and you don't get involved, unfortunately, you're going to get what's coming to you. If you get involved and you speak up, too many people think that they can't change things, but you can make a difference. You can make a difference, and don't ever think you can't. Power is in numbers, and it will work. But people have to stand up for what they think, and
Good
that
people have to stand up. Good people. We've had a lot of morons standing up in different positions lately, and good people need to stand up and do what you can. Like I, in a way, this whole thing that I do here is kind of to get to talk to people and maybe point some things out. Everybody can do something. I don't know. Do what you think you can do to reach the most amount of people.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
So again, back to the Asian Mai, if people got involved and called the governor's office, I believe what I'm seeing, or what I saw for a comment, it was in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that happened. I think. But the governor, the leaders of if it is in Pennsylvania, they don't want their law enforcement doing things like that. That doesn't bode well. There's enough real things that they can be doing.
Yeah.
To pull a stunt like that makes everybody look bad.
It does. The guy was making right, wrong, or indifferent. The guy was making a good faith effort to get his truck fixed. He didn't continue to drive down the road. He didn't do whatever. He did what he was supposed to do. Said, "Hey, I'm going to get this thing fixed."
Right.
And there's plenty of ill-intentioned people or whatever to take care of. They didn't need to mess with. I think he was, showing off for his trainee is probably what was happening there.
Yes, but there's no reason for that.
No.
Abuse of the badge.
Yeah, that's not what they're there for.
That's not what they're there for. As you know, there are a lot of good law enforcement officers out there. They protect us 24/7, 365. You don't need rogue officers such as that doing what they were doing that day.
Over such a really insignificant. It's people get flat tires every day. People don't go out and hold up a gas station every day. People blow tires all the time. It's like pick your battles a little better.
Yes.
Well, thank you for coming in, and appreciate it. I knew the name. I'm like, well, I knew at least you were one emailing me, and I appreciate that. I like the stories you send me. I do read them. I don't always get back, but just say hi and come on in every time. I'm gonna catch up on some comments here. Okay.
All right. Nice talking with you. Good luck.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was cool. Like meeting and talking to different people. That's pretty awesome. Let's way behind here. My buddy Cash would be so upset. I'm behind in the comments. Where is Rick N when you need him to jack me up? Oliver 880 says he loves his 12-speed auto shift in the Cascadia. Yeah, those are pretty slick transmission. Really efficient. Smokehouse is a dude. All right, thank you, everybody. Remember that. Bench Trucking says twin stack Mac with a broken window in the back. You're gonna get a DOT violation with that. Let's see here. Oliver 880. Well, he owns the Oliver 880. Okay, that explains it. Let's see. Roman Empire. See, I told you. I don't do everything right. He had emailed me. Progressive was charging him too much. I said, hey, check out this other insurance company. And look at that. It came back way higher. Let's see. Do the rates change at all after my first year? Yeah, they should. He's got no blemishes on his MVR. Insurance is stupid crazy right now. I fully understand. I didn't know if they could help you. I figured a few other people saved some money by making the change, but I don't know. There's something they're not liking. I mean, are you in a high risk state? New York, California. I can't remember. Yeah, man, I apologize. That's crazy. To go more expensive than Progressive. Well, keep hunting. Go to a broker and say, hey, shop this thing around, shop this bad boy around, shop it around to 4, 5, 6 other insurance companies, and hopefully they can get you a better rate. Bench Trucking says they can cheat the hours on a motor if they change the ECU. Yeah, that's kind of what we were getting at there. So yeah. 2 for 1 says Amazon is suing NASA. The two things they're flush with cash. Barry Harbison says he's hitting the bong tonight and sending his application to Amazon. Hey, they'll probably take you on. They got a don't ask, don't tell policy over there. As far as that goes, THC. Alonzo Turner says, I'm buying my new to me truck and trailer, so I might have to pay for one of those one-on-one sessions to get some insight on the Reefer game. Yeah, no problem, man. I've done 2 of those already. The first one was kind of a get to know you thing, and the second one, man, I think we saved that guy a bunch of money, putting him onto some different things. Our man Cash is back. Thanks for coming back.
Hey now, we in the door. We got us a door.
About time.
Just 6 hours. Just been here 6 hours. Got us a door. And I know what y'all thinking. Do I know someone, or did I pay them to hurry up and get me in the door? How does he get in the door in only 6 hours?
Grease and palms. East Texas trucker saw a Mack Pinnacle hydroplane and turnover this morning on I-76 north of Denver. Damn it, boy. You get that on dash cam, did you? Email it over. We'll put that on the channel and make it famous. He'll put it on his channel. He's got it. East Texas Trucker has a channel. Everybody check that out. Drop your link there, East Texas Trucker, so everybody can check out your channel. Yeah, Roman Empire says, I have a question. What do you recommend as far as getting your truck engine rebuild? Should you do that or just buy another used truck? What's your take on that? Well, Roman Empire, I didn't apparently steer you very good on that first question there with the insurance. But it depends. I'm way more inclined to rebuild, an older engine. You got a DD15 with 900,000 miles on it that needs a rebuild. The newer engines, I might be less inclined because you still got all that emissions stuff on there that's old. Rebuild that too. You're talking real money. I don't think that the modern engines, I don't think as many people are going to rebuild them as what they used to in the past, because you still have a lot of ancillary stuff on there that you haven't touched with a rebuild. I think it'll just be an economic thing. What do you think, Cash?
Yeah, same thing. I think a lot of older trucks, a lot of people just thought, hey, you rebuild the engine and you keep it going, but they didn't take into consideration, the rest of the truck as well. But yeah, I agree with you. Newer trucks are just, there's too many electronics, and they just don't build the trucks heavy anymore like they used to,
Yeah. Yeah. I tend to agree with that. Two for one says, I heard coffee works good for washouts. Yeah, coffee will take the odor out of a reefer trailer. Yeah. Get you some coffee grounds and spread them all around the trailer. And it'll take care of some of that odor. David Edwards in the house. Tolga, thanks for coming in. Smokehouse says Dairy Queen's giving sign-on bonuses. Wow.
Target, I seen today, Target will pay for your college if you go to work for Target.
What?
Yeah. Trucker News. It was my Trucker News video earlier. Go check that out.
You gotta do that.
And if you fill out a job application, Applebee's will give you a free appetizer.
What? You got to bribe people.
I'm going over there tomorrow to get my Applebee's application. I'm thinking mozzarella sticks.
You got to get all them kids to fill one out too.
That's right. So I ain't paying for dinner, kids. Here, put your name and address down.
A gentleman here wants your opinion specifically, or he's paying cash. He's got an offer to buy a Kenworth T680 for $45,000 with a PACCAR and 700,000 miles. It's the cheapest he's found. Cash. What do you think? Or he's saying, I'm paying cash. What do you think? Be honest. I'm open to advice. I'll go first. Run. Don't walk. Run away.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of miles on a PACCAR. Let's face it.
Now the newer PACCARs, I'm hearing they're lasting a lot longer. The older PACCARs, I know personally 3 people that right around 500,000 to 600,000 miles, that motor was nothing but a boat anchor. Spun bearings all 3 times.
Wow.
But hey, you know, experiences vary. I just think that's. I think it's a risk. I know it's price, but
what year is that truck?
I don't know. He didn't say, but I know it's not what you want to hear. But I'd say just keep shopping. Keep shopping. Something will come.
Yeah.
Not going to come easy.
Yeah, and honestly, if it's the cheapest you can find, it's probably the cheapest for a reason.
Yeah. That scares me a little bit, if we're being honest. Now, if somebody out there has a older PACCAR with a million miles that's never been touched, and you know, good for them. I would tend to think that's the exception more than the rules. What year is that, Kenworth? Maybe it's a couple years, 3 years old, and it's a team truck. I don't know. A little different, newer truck. Oh, it's a 2016. 2016. Yeah, I don't. I'm thinking 2 of the guys I know with that issue. One was a 2015, and one was a. What the heck was it? Probably a 2016. The third one, I don't know. Get some extensive testing on it if you are going to do it. Oil samples.
Yeah.
Download ECM, see what kind of idle time it has on it. As many tests as you can do.
Yeah, I had a 2017, and I mean, hell, keep a doser valve in the glove box. Hell, keep 2 of them in there. I had that truck for about a year. I think I put 3 doser valves in that truck. Like, just, I thought it was the fuel stop, and then I stopped buying DEF at that place, and then it's a problem with those trucks.
Yeah. WC Finvader says PACCAR engine's got an exemption to be able to run with the after treatment system disabled. Maybe. I don't know that I'd try it. They might not like that.
While I was waiting on StreamYard to restart, I Googled that just because I seen that comment. Google doesn't say anything about it.
No. Oliver says you got to have some experience before you become an owner-operator, at least learn what trucking is all about before you buy your own equipment. Yeah, I think we both tend to agree with that. I've always said make your rookie mistakes on somebody else's dime. Besides, you might spend all that money on a truck and find out you don't like it.
Right. Well, like Jamie there, wanting to change careers. He's running a business right now, so the business part of being an owner-operator, he probably is not going to have he's going to have the learning curve isn't going to be as bad, but I would say at least go drive a company truck for a couple months. See if you even like it, before you commit.
Yeah. Boy, the chat jumped on me. Doggone it.
Why can't YouTube fix that? Why does it got to jump all the time?
I don't know. He also says he's guessing it has a Dana Spicer rear. I think he's saying. Do you hear about that differential? I don't think there's a lot of Dana Spicers as much so far as it's mostly Meritor. Freightliner came out with their own powertrain system. Mac has one.
PACCAR's getting in the game.
Yeah. Nothing against it. I don't really know. I would be less concerned about that. You can replace a set of rears for $6,000. That engine would be my primary concern. Yeah, Gus says it's tough in Massachusetts. Yeah, he knows. He's out there. We're gonna talk more about that.
And I would say on a set of rears, I think you're a little closer, probably to $8,000. If you don't,
depends where you have it done.
Yeah, if you don't know a guy, you take it to a dealership because that's.
I went right to a drivetrain shop and it was $5,500, and they did a very good job.
Right.
They've been around for 60 years, but most of the time, most people are going to end up getting towed with a rear end. Yeah.
By the time you get towed to a dealership, by the time they pull it apart, tell you it's a milkshake, you're going to be about $8,000 in that.
Yeah. WC says he works for FedEx Freight currently, and that's what their mechanics have been telling us. Is that I thought we were just messing around. He says the government approved, deleting a PACCAR. I think they're just trying to get you to keep quiet about that, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the EPA, the government's going to approve that.
Yeah. Robert Burns. He says, pretty much all of my business dreams have been killed by lack of decent employees. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what to even say. It's nobody's ever going to care as much about your equipment and your business as you do. But understand that, because as an employee, have I ever cared as much about the employer's whatever as I would as if it was my own? No. Always been cognizant of it. But nobody's ever going to do things. I always said from the beginning, if everybody would just do everything exactly the way I want it done, everything would be just fine. But that's never going to happen because they're people, and people are different. Part of this experience of having trucks is having to learn to deal with their different personalities, and that sometimes you just have to let people do their own thing. It's just how it is with managing people.
I got two thoughts on that. First is, did I ever care about my employer's equipment like I would if it depends on the day. Depends on the day. And the second, I told a business partner of mine one time about employees. If you want everything done your way, then you're going to have to do everything. But when you start needing employees, then you have to admit you need them.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to accept some of the faults that come along with them. But, right here where I'm at right now, middle of nowhere, Illinois, paying 19.20, I think it's $19.50 an hour. They got a big banner out front. Wages are coming up, and they're going to have to, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, it's a couple bad experiences to start off with is enough to really discourage a guy. And Robert, I know it's tough for you, but all I can say is if you want it, hang in there. Hey, I've been through struggles right off the bat, a couple of ones, but hey, it was just, I'm like, it's now or never. Obviously, if it's going to do something to put you out of business or cause you extreme financial hardship, that's different. Like, a guy can only bear so much. You can only stand so much before you have to say, okay, not necessarily I don't want to do this, but maybe now isn't the time. Maybe I got to regroup, try it again. I don't know. I don't know all the specifics of what you've been through.
Well, it goes back to like your guest earlier, Jamie. This employment situation really hurts the small business, because you take him as a construction guy, he has to pay more, therefore he has to charge more. And
if he can,
really,
if he can,
that's what I'm saying. He can't go throwing his weight around because the next guy can come in and cut the bid by $50 and probably get it. In the way the way we act these days. But when a can of Beanie Weenies goes up a quarter, you just go, it's the price of business. When it's big business, you don't think about it, but boy, it's really hurting the little guys right now.
Oh, it's crushing. And he's got to pay, say he was paying $18, he's paying $7 an hour more for people just to fog a mirror. Not necessarily, that doesn't include getting them to do anything or do it the right way.
Yep.
So there's that too. It might take two people to do the work of what one person used to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Alonzo Turner says he wants to build his business to exclusively hire my military brothers as they transition back into civilian life. That's my goal. I'm on here trying to soak up as much information as I can. Well, good for you. That's an admirable thing to do. Good for you. They need jobs.
What business is he in? Trucking or?
I'm guessing.
Okay.
I'm guessing it's trucking. Yeah. 2 for 1 says destroying the value of the dollar disincentivizes. I kicked that word's ass. People to work. He's right.
Oh yeah, it's theft. Let's face it, it's theft.
Yeah, it's another it's another tax. Inflation is the cruelest tax of all, they say. Always Learn says DIY great airbag tilt video. By the way, I'm trying to learn more semi wrenching. Been looking at used trucks. Oh yeah, I'd like to get back to doing more of that. I'm having a hard time getting it done, but eventually, when things kind of just level out here, I keep saying that, don't I? I can get back to doing some other things. For right now, I've had to put a lot of things on the side burner, but
yeah, for the new guys out there, the reason his channel's called DIY Semi is because he used to do videos where he worked on semis.
Still do, but I used to too.
Right, yeah.
Oliver says he's going to give Jamie some advice that was given to him before he got into trucking. Don't get into trucking. Yeah, I understand that. I say that a million times a day.
It's like herpes. It's like herpes. Once you get it in your blood, it comes and goes, but you never get rid of it.
Does it not? Tell us all about that.
And what a friend told me. I ain't speaking from experience here.
Trucker Abdullah says DIY for president. Oh man, too many skeletons, my friend. I tell you what, I don't want them skeletons coming out. And we'd have to put Cashier as vice president, I guess.
No. That's way too much pressure. I want to be like the federal strip club regulator. I want to be like in charge. I want a job that means nothing.
All right. Well,
I'm not about high pressure situations.
I'll make you secretary of chill. How about that?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Roman Empire. He's in Texas. Okay. Well, I don't know. That shouldn't affect your insurance too much. Well, those were a couple of the highest rated insurance companies that there is, and but I didn't think there would be that much of a difference. We'll find something. Find something.
I just heard Calvin Leet talking about Canal got upgraded to A rating insurance the other day. So.
Oh, okay.
They got to upgrade.
Okay, check that out.
Yeah, a couple brokers weren't accepting them, but now they are. I think Ryan. I think he was talking about Ryan Transport wouldn't let them haul loads, but now they can.
Who wants to haul for Ryan Transport, anyways?
That's true.
Cheap freight stealing son of a guns. Mark M's on his channel member, by the way. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. He's on his second year at Progressive. Is $17,000. His first year with Canal was about $30,000. Oh my good God.
Whew. Ooh, $30,000 a year. Dang it, Bobby.
Ooh. People are saying there's feedback when I'm talking. It's coming back through your phone, I think.
Me?
Because I can hear it in me coming back to me. I don't know how much it bothers them. I can live with it, but
I turned it down a little bit. We'll see if it gets better.
all right. Okay, yeah, a few people are saying that. We'll work on that. Echo, yeah. Mark M says he forgot about that coffee trick. His reefer smells like chicken. Paul Harris says some town in West Virginia or Virginia will give you $20,000 if you move there and work virtually. Oh my gosh! Why would they want? Why would they want you to work virtually? Because
they don't want you taking the. They don't want you taking the 5 jobs that they have available.
None of which are dentists. Is that what you're saying?
I read that article. It's actually the whole state of West Virginia.
Really?
Yeah, if you relocate there and work remotely, they'll give you $20,000 in. I don't think it's like 20 grand cash. They're not going to come out, and pill out a wad of hundreds and start throwing them at you. But it's like, like rent credits or something. And I'm like, damn, you can live 5 years on $20,000 in West Virginia, right?
Paul says Vermont is offering $7,500 for moving expenses if you get and hold a job in the service industry. Wow. Oliver says Schneider has phased out their T680 program. The trucks were too unreliable. Huh. They would know. They would know.
Isn't that where Snorlord and James Best got their T680s?
I don't know about Snorlord. I don't really know his past. But I think James Best did. I think he's talked about that. But
yeah, I think Snorlord was a Schneider guy, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But.
Okay, I did not know that. Yeah, good channel, by the way. Check out Snorlord's channel. Damn, chat jumped on me again. Damn, chat got me again. Okay. East Texas Trucker says, I can't wait to see what slimy advertising campaigns the megas have in the pipeline when the government legalizes 18-year-old interstate driving. Yeah, well, hey, they're 18. They could go work for Amazon and still smoke pot. So, hey, imagine that'll be attractive.
Let's take a poll here. I want everybody to put in the chat. What company do you think they'll get the Kardashians in the advertisement?
Good question.
I think it's Prime.
I was about to say the same thing. They're not above anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe GP Transco? I think you got to have a year of experience to work there, so never mind.
Speaking of Kardashians, Ryan wants you to hook a brother up with one of those thumbnail babes.
Oh.
Yeah.
The internet, my friend, the internet.
Yeah, the interwebs. Anything can be had on the interwebs.
www.hotbabesandbikinis.forsale/net.
There you go. Eddie's picking up his truck tomorrow after replacing the drive line. All right.
Ooh.
Just the drive shafts and yokes, or what are we talking? Rear ends and everything, Eddie?
Engine, transmission, yokes, rear ends, everything.
East Texas Trucker's been having a hard time getting tire chains. Loves and Flying J's they don't have the right size or don't want to sell them. I thought they were in business of selling things. Why? I don't understand that. When we have these things, but we ain't going to sell them to you. Well, it's kind of the business you're in, isn't it? Sell things.
Right.
Eddie says parts and labor $2,800. So I'm guessing he just got drive shafts and yokes.
Yeah.
Yoke nuts, U joints. Getting rear ends for that. Mr. Duncan says a little specific, but being from Wisconsin is now a good time to go owner operator and try to run Green Bay to Illinois and back for most loads. Anywhere. I mean, rates are good anywhere right now. That's a good lane. Green Bay to Illinois is pretty strong. It's going to be a little bit weaker coming back, but historically it's pretty good right now. There's a lot of companies just run that lane every day. Day cabs, whoop, back and forth. That's a popular lane. So yeah, I mean, maybe don't limit yourself to just Illinois. But hey, that's up to you. But no, I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's a very popular lane. I'd like to set up a lane Chicago to Minneapolis back and forth every day, but that's a work in progress. If East Texas Trucker is running the Rockies, would 3 sets of chains be enough? No, that is not enough. I forget what is it? Six singles will get it done, or you can combine singles and doubles. I used to know this.
I don't keep up with it because I don't go west of Denver, so I don't keep up with it.
Yeah, I don't remember. Where are we at here?
There's lots of you can Google that, like
yeah.
Your state, Colorado's DOT should have something about it.
Yeah, there's
Google that real
websites
quick.
with just all the chain laws on them for every different state. Right. Let's see here. Yeah, Alonzo, he's hiring all military vets. He's been driving since he got out of the Army in 2014. That's a really popular job for people getting out of the military, is to become a truck driver. And I kind of get it, because you just need, obviously, as from what I hear, I have no personal experience. I've been told you just need time alone to get your head right again and just kind of be alone and gather your thoughts. So it sounds like a pretty logical job for veterans. And a lot of them, what are they coming home to? They might have, when they left, not had a great job. So maybe that's a great job for them to come home to. I think it is, anyways. I would love to get to veterans. You definitely know, coming from the military, they got discipline. They're probably really gonna want to work. Paul Harris says, speaking of theft, he arrived home to see a $1,400 check in the mailbox from Uncle Sam. I didn't think I was eligible. Wow. So are they sending out another round of checks to people? Because I ain't get one.
Yeah, it sounds like fun, but I'm not part of it.
Rolly says, still doing research on deleting his 06 Century Series 60. Wouldn't want to take it to a sketchy, shady shop. Well, by definition, anywhere you take it to get deleted is going to be a sketchy or shady shop. Just make sure they're a reputable shady shop.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah. No above board shop is going to do a delete for you. So a lot of they're pinching a lot of places that are doing emissions deletes. A place up by me got pinched. I don't know, a couple years ago maybe, and it was a massive fine, and they had to bring all the trucks back and restore them to what they were. And I don't know how they made it through and still in business. I honestly don't. Damn, chat jumped on me again. Okay.
Yeah, I was watching a guy on YouTube. He owns it's not a semi truck shop, but he does a lot of like F-250s and Duramax and everything. They popped him for deleting, I think it was 11 trucks, and the fine was $121,000.
Yeah, I think this place.
Fine.
Yeah, I think this place got hit with 800,000.
Yeah, and he had to go back and reinstall the parts.
Yeah, that's the expensive part.
Just the fine was $121,000.
Yeah. Bruce says all trucking companies are scum.
What's up, Bruce? Boy? What's up, Bruce? That's like, he's got that copy and paste on that comment. Man, I see Bruce all over the YouTube universe, and I mean, he's just copy and pasting and copy and pasted. But I like the consistency. I give him that.
Well, it was so nice he did it twice. Here's his other comment. Oh, a third time. Yeah. Look at that.
He is a man of conviction, let me tell you.
At least he knows where he stands. He's a man of principle. Eddie says that both James and Snorlord were Schneider guys. Okay.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking they got those trucks.
Okay. Does the current truck that Snorlord is driving is a Schneider truck?
I believe it is. He's had that thing for like 4 or 5 years, I believe.
Mr. Duncan says, are these inflated rates going to last? Worth getting into the game as an owner-op right now versus company? I've said, it's going to, left to its own devices, it's going to go on for a while. I just wait for somebody to step in and screw it up. A person could screw this up. If it's just left to its own devices, there is nothing. We're still on the downhill here for a lot of things: shortages, supply chain, employment, getting products, shortage of drivers, blah blah blah. We're still on the downhill side of that. We're not coming back up the other side yet. But these bigger companies keep asking somebody, "Hey, help us, save us. Somebody help us do something about these rates." I don't know. They're the ones with the money. Is somebody going to try it? Who knows? People try stupid crap all the time. There's not a lot in this world you can predict reliably right now. Is it a good time? It's as good a time as any. There was people getting into it last year when things were just absolutely in the toilet. It was bad. It was tough then, but now they look pretty brilliant. I can say that. Ooh, Brother Craig's in the house. Hey, Brother Craig. We've been emailing. He says Prime is going to get the Kardashians in there. Eddie says JB Hunt's going to put them Kardashians in there. Kelteruso Travel says Swift. All the big money companies going to go after. What if they divide that Kardashian family? What if this advertising campaign tears that family apart?
Dale, I'm just going to throw it out there. Caitlin's kind of on a downtrend. You might want to put that offer in.
You might get her cheap.
That's what I'm saying. You should put that in.
Oh, how about that? I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, everybody's saying that both of them were Schneider trucks. Clyde says that Snorlord got his at MHC in Springfield. Maybe it's not the same truck.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, Eddie's getting 2,800 bearings, U-joints, and drive shafts. Okay, that sounds about right.
Yep.
Yoke and yokes. And input shaft seals. Okay. JK says his company has 680s and Anthems, and so far the Anthems have been more reliable. Well, that's good. That's good. I went and looked. Went and looked at another Mac yesterday. As a matter of fact, my dealer that I deal with, he keeps a pretty good eye out for me. He says, "Hey, I got a 2016 Pinnacle, 440,000 miles, I think it was. Really nice shape, really nice truck for 44.9. He says, I'm shipping it up to the dealer by you because somebody wants to look at it. Why don't you slide in there before they get there and take a look at it?" I says, well, I ain't really looking right at the moment, but I'm going to anyways because, always looking for possibilities. I could put it out as another lease purchase or something that's priced right. Go to the dealer. The truck ain't there yet. Go grab a taco or something, a Taco John's, Taco Bell, come back and pull in the lot. The truck's sitting there. Go out and start looking at it. Salesman, and a different salesman comes out. Can I help you, boys? I had somebody with me, and just my other guy told me come look at this truck. It's sold. I said, well, I was told the guy to come and look at it. He's like, yeah, it's sight unseen. It's sold. The deal's done. I'm like, damn it, damn it. Then he says, well, can I interest you in leasing a truck? I said, no. Well, why not? It's a great way to do this and that. I says, no, no, it's too expensive and no, not interested. He just didn't want to let it go. But finally, I just looked. I said, it's cash or no truck. So that's the bottom line. But I got to be faster on the trigger.
Well, you tell that guy, say, heck yeah, I'll lease a truck. I need the payment $1,600 a month or less.
They'll just stretch it out for 19 years. They'll probably do that for you. Oh, Nick G, $5 super chat. Thank you, Nick. Thanks, I missed that. Thanks for coming in. Keltarusu says, on Max, do you like Anthems or Pinnacles better? I have not owned an Anthem. I'll tell you that. I like the look of the Anthem a lot more. Man, that's a whew, especially you get the right color. To me, that's the best looking truck on the road, but I know that's not a popular opinion. I'd like to drive an Anthem sometime. That Pinnacle, I'm impressed by it. Drivers are just they're loving them. The only thing they don't absolutely love is the fuel economy, and we're working on that. And hey, you know, at a certain point, the rest of the truck economics are so good, they're willing to sacrifice a little bit. But I'd really like that new Anthem engine coming out. Supposed to they got the compounding turbo and all that. The fuel mileage is supposed to be way better. But yeah, I've not owned one. I've not driven one. I'd really like to though. Thinking about hitting them up for a demo. See if they'll give me a demo to drive for a while. Sean says you can't get chains nowhere. Local parts places in PA said December at earliest. Just another damn thing, man. Another damn thing to be short on. You finding any of that, Cash? Something you can't get or you gotta wait for?
Not really. I mean,
you ain't spending any of that money.
Stuff either, so.
Yeah. East Texas Trader says his international LT was down last week for 5 days. Coolant hose going to the DEF system was leaking coolant under the cab and onto the batteries. I lost 3 gallons in 18 hours, only 40,000 miles. Doesn't sound like a 5-day fix. That's a prime example. I know they're busy, can't get you in right away, but some people defend, lease purchasing a brand new truck. And I'm not saying you did this, East. I'm just throwing this as an example. Brand new truck versus a really great deal on a truck. Got to have that brand new warranty. Got to have that warranty. Well, in some instances, you probably could have taken that international to. That's a real easy fix. Take it to Joe down the street. Probably fixed for, I don't know if you needed new batteries. That's different. But just the hose and the coolant, $150, $200, rather than sitting at a dealer for 5 days waiting for a warranty job to get done. There's different ways those things can happen. And sometimes warranty is a more expensive way to do things. 5 days of downtime is the real deal. You will win on warranties though too. With the bigger repairs. So
I'm gonna say the way they build trucks these days, that was probably a dealer only hose.
You might be right. And not worked on internationals, but maybe you need dealer only tools to change the batteries. Who the hell knows? It's such a joke sometimes these days. Yeah, East Texas has got your hookup for deletes. I don't know nothing about that, or don't claim to know anything about it. I don't want to go to jail. Alex wants to know how much that repair. 40,000 miles. That better been under warranty. Gary wants to know how good is ambient temperature beer. I don't know. If the price is right, I bet it's good. Matt Bryant's looking for some small company owner-op car haulers. Give him a call. I shouldn't be putting phone numbers up there. I don't know what I'm putting up there. $800 to fix that hose. Damn. Well, yeah, if you needed batteries, that's probably right. So they start loading you yet, Cash?
No, we got no action going back here. We're gonna sit here all damn night, I bet.
So you sitting in that door blasting 10 minus 10 air out into the atmosphere?
We're at 5. We're at 0 degrees. I bumped it up.
All right. Oh, Alex just bought a new transmission. $17,000 for a Volvo I-Shift transmission and EGR cooler repair. Damn it, boy. Smokehouse, he's going to get Liam Neeson to do a trucking ad. Probably like that Taken. I have a special set of skills. I can back this 53-foot trailer into a dock.
What was that movie he was in? I did a review on it. I can't even remember now. Ice Road? Yeah, Ice Road. That was his trucking movie.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that. Yeah. I
It's
live and breathe that
classic.
stuff all day long. Don't want to sit there and watch it on TV.
Oh, this has nothing to do with trucking. You know.
Okay. Let's see here. Alex says, "What's your MPG on the Max, Mr. DIY?" Anywhere from one guy's at about 7.2. I know a couple of them off the top of my head. 7.2 on one. That's got a different rear end ratio. It's geared a little faster. Another one's right at like 6.8, 6.9. And then another one that's he's also right there at 77.2. That's the oddball one out, the blue one. And then the other white one, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I suspect it's considerably lower. But we've brought that one's at 6.8, 6.9. He's brought that one up. He's brought that one up a lot from where he first started with it. So he's worked hard at it. But it's doing. But that truck, man, not a lick of problems. I mean, busted a coolant hose and busted a tensioner pulley. Other than that, nothing. Not an ounce of trouble really with that truck. I tell you what, they're tough. They're tough as nails trucks. And way more like comfortable than I thought they'd be. They ride great. They really ride great. But obviously, I still like money. My first choice is still the Freightliner. You're not going to beat the economics of a Cascadia. But I'm not at $80,000 when I can buy the same thing in a Mac for 44. Right now, Mac is going to have to cut it. Plus, I can get them. Cascadias, not so much. So they gonna load you. What are you picking up, anyways? What are you trying to put in that trailer?
Frozen food.
Where are you going with that frozen food?
Out west.
What in the hell is that? Did we go Chinese in this freaking chat? What's going on here? Where are these moderators at? There, I'm blocking my damn self. Not letting the Japanese army in here. Were you kidding?
Somebody kamikaze in the chat.
Yeah. I think that WC might be serious about. He might really mean it about deleting the emissions on the Packard. I don't know. I'd be interested. I couldn't see why they would do that. The one and not the other. Doesn't seem quite right.
I googled it, and I mean, like the first 3 pages, nothing showed up. So if he can steer me in a direction of where that's at, I'd like to take a look at it.
Yeah, East Texas Trucker says, I tell you what, though, RTI is paying lease purchase $1.61 per mile on this Target account for teams per driver. Well, yeah, but only for half the miles, right? So if you drive, if the truck travels 5,000 miles in a week, you don't both get $1.61 on all 5,000 miles, do you? It'd be like one of them gets, say you split it evenly, one of them gets $1.61 on 2,500, and the other one gets the same. Isn't that how it works? Or am I totally missing the picture here? Cash? It doesn't seem right that they'd be paying $3.22 a mile. Although maybe,
Yeah.
Okay, when I do it like that, maybe. I don't know. I don't keep up on those things, but in today's day, it wouldn't surprise me.
And honestly, I would take 96 cents a mile as a company driver before I'd take $1.61 lease purchase.
Yeah, it leaves you less than 70 cents to operate a truck.
Yeah.
That doesn't really jive. I imagine that's a big payment, but I don't know. Well, these people scheming behind my back. Kelly's Kitchen said, sorry, DIY Smokehouse. I'd watch that video all day long. What did I miss? I missed something back there. Oh, yeah, Liam Nason doing a trucking ad. Yeah. Boy, this chat is just keeps jumping all over the place on me. What are we talking about tonight? We just talking smack. We're talking about whatever. Cash here, he's trying to get loaded for the last 10 hours. Can't seem to get him to put something in his trailer.
One of these days. One of these days.
All right, Alex expressed he timed out the Japanese army. Appreciate that. Tolga translated for me. Says, I love Godzilla. Appreciate that. Oh, Paul Harris had his notifications turned off. Hashtag shame on you. Big Dog wants to race you out to San Diego on Sunday. You down with that?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm heading to San Diego Sunday. You want to race out west? Oh, I'm sure you'll beat me. Hell, I'll probably be sitting here till Sunday night, and then they'll go. Hey, we leaving you a 1 hour window to make a 20-hour drive. You can do it. Go.
They'll leave you sit there for 12 hours and then say, sorry, man, we got nothing to load on you. We ain't got no product.
Oh.
Or didn't anybody tell you we pushed that load back to next week?
Like the other day with Convoy. Hey, you know that place you've been sitting there for 4 hours? Yeah, we double booked that load. Now, we're gonna put it on the other guy. So
yeah.
Good luck with your life on a Friday afternoon.
I should give out some wrenches here. Well, somebody wants. I missed this text. Here, somebody else wants to come in. Let's see. I gotta give out some wrenches. I don't normally do that. I think I can do it on my phone here. We gotta have some more moderators in here. I should be able to do it.
What do you think about that new pointy nose Kenworth?
What in the hell? Who are they trying to copy? They trying to make a long nose Volvo?
No, that's like that's the old T600. Kenworth went back to the pointy fronts.
Okay. Huh. I don't see a lot of difference, but I don't know.
Oh man, you see one in real life, it's a huge difference.
Big Dog Trucker wants a wrench. He gets a wrench. East Texas Trucker. He gets a wrench. He's a YouTuber.
So I got a truck here for you. You should think about this one. It says scheduled for March 2022 delivery. It's the next generation T680. $150,000 does not include FET tax.
Woo! Lordy.
What you know about that? What you know about that?
150 some?
150 on an 149,900.
Well, I've seen trucks for a lot more money. That's for damn sure. Oh, Alex, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, Alex Express, channel member. I got some.
There you go. There's your front end view of that.
All right. I got a feller wants to come on in here. Fate Trucking.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
What are you doing?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Come on with it.
You guys are tough to hear.
What's going on tonight there, Fate Trucking?
Oh, not much. I just shut down for the night, made some dinner, getting ready to go to bed. But I thought I'd get on here real quick and say thank you to you two. I'm a big believer in learning and listening to people that have experience when I go into something that I might have experience in, but not being an owner of a business. I didn't have any experience in that. And following your guys' tutelage, man, has led me to achieve something that I didn't think I could achieve this quickly. So I wanted to say thank you.
Oh. Did you know we had tutelage, Cash?
I'm all about tutelage.
Me too. I am now. Well, yeah. Hey, you can put whatever you want out there, but you chose to listen and do you put the work in. You did the work, and either one of us, any of us, can sit here all day and talk about anything. It's what you do with it, and obviously you did. You took it and applied it to what you were doing, and there you are.
Right.
it all worked out.
Yeah, somebody
So
else wants
far.
to say hi here. Yeah. So what is it that you're anything specifically? You were saying earlier you paid your truck off, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Paid my truck off yesterday.
How's that feel?
So, a little surreal, to be honest with you, to think 8 months ago I bought the truck and took a 4-year loan out on it, and yesterday I was able to pay it off. I mean, I didn't think it could happen so quickly. But like I said, with the right guidance and taking in new things, it worked. I didn't waste the money that I've earned. I don't feel like I've wasted the money I earned.
So what did you do so differently that you could pay off a truck in how many months did you say?
8.
What did you do so differently that other people can't do or aren't doing? Because I'll be honest, that's a pretty big accomplishment.
Well, thank you. I feel like it was. I just set myself a goal of. I set myself business goals when I started this, and one of them was to pay the truck off in about 2 years. Well, once I started making the money that I'm making, it made more sense for me to make bigger payments to the truck so I didn't have to pay as much in interest. And then realizing I should own the asset. I shouldn't just keep all the money. I should reinvest it into my business. And part of that is owning the asset. So I just made the decision to start writing bigger checks than what my monthly payment was so I could pay it off quicker.
How you getting all that fat cash? What are you doing to get all that money?
We trucking. I work. I mean I do work for it. I run Reefer. There's lots of guys on YouTube right now that don't like reefer hauling. I happen to like it. The hours are a little crazy, but the pay is, in my mind, ridiculous.
Okay. So 8 months, I'm guessing 8 months ago you were a new owner operator?
Yeah.
So
correct.
You understand the opportunity right now that, okay, now's the time to make the most of it. And that's probably something you keep hearing us say all the time. And then you went out and did it. So can other people do this?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, so I'm leased onto a company. It's an 80-20 split. And
well, you're letting them rip you off for 20%.
I don't view it that way, man. I mean, I'll be as transparent as I can. I don't have time to find loads all day long for myself. I've heard Cash say that before. You know, I'm busy driving or sleeping. Those are like the two things I do on a daily basis. Drive and sleep. I don't have time to look for loads. I don't have time to do a lot of things that the carrier does for me. So I don't look at it as I'm just throwing them money and they're stealing money from me. It's a partnership. That's the best way I can describe it for myself. Okay. And they've done me well. I have no complaints.
Okay.
Sound like he's been brainwashed.
I watch you two, so maybe I am.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know how, 20%, and then they're hitting you for all those, probably hitting you for all these deductions for, 20% plus trailer rental and, cargo insurance and ELD. I can't imagine there's a lot left after that.
No, I don't pay. I mean, I have my normal fees. I have my plates and my $22.90 and fuel. I don't pay any trailer fees. I don't pay any other fees. It's strictly 80-20 and my fuel at the end of the week. So that's the only thing that comes out of my check now is fuel. I paid my plate off. I paid my $22.90 off. So when I open my pay stub, the only thing that's taken out of my check is the fuel that I use.
Huh. I'll be darned. How can is that deal for anybody? I mean, how does that work? Is there good? Somebody's made the comment earlier that all trucking companies are scum. Are you trying to tell me that they're not? Are you sitting here? You sitting here looking dead in the camera and trying to tell me that there's a trucking company that's not a scumbag?
Yes, there is.
There's
more than one, but
I'm gonna take away your wrench. I'm taking your wrench away.
No,
you're lying.
No, I'm not lying at all. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I get it. Well, good. We're all happy for you, man. Everybody in here is happy for you. Like that's the dream they want to achieve. Alex, you're happy for the man, aren't you? Paid his truck off. Alex can't hear me.
Yeah, it sounds like a dream job.
Let me grab a mic.
I hear you. It sounds like a dream job.
Okay. All right. So, Alex, you said you just put a $17,000 transmission in your truck, huh? I think that we got some problems here with Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I did.
What happened?
Again? It's like a slow delay.
Okay. Huh. I don't know if you can hear us. We can't hear you. Well, you get that worked out. We'll keep on chit-chatting here.
Can you hear me, DIY?
Oh, yeah, we hear you. So now, okay, you've been in it for 8 months as an owner-operator. Paid your truck off. Won the trucking game. Won the trucking world. What's next? Now what? What do you do with that money you were paying in a truck payment? You gonna keep trucking? You hanging up your boxing gloves? What are we doing here?
It's really hard to hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you good.
Yeah.
I think I kind of heard what you asked. What I was gonna do with the money?
Yeah.
From the truck payment?
Yeah.
I'm gonna save it and hopefully pay cash for my next truck, or maybe pay my house off. I'm gonna do something with it, something useful. I mean, when I got into this, obviously I want, a new truck or a boat or something like that, but that stuff will come in time. Right now I have an opportunity to make and stack more money than I've ever been able to in my life, and I'm not gonna throw that opportunity away. I operate a business right now that has very low overhead. My truck does not cost a lot for me to operate. So I want to save money and reinvest it in my business, whether it means I buy a trailer or, I'll figure out what to do with it. Set myself up for a better retirement.
Good problems to have, isn't it? Great problems to have. So we've obviously talked a little bit here and there about some different things, and tell us about some of the things you've done. And I'd like you give as much or a little way as you want. It's up to you. Details about things you've done that kind of made all the difference. Like you keep track of your numbers. You do monthly profit and loss statements. You're constantly trying to improve and maintenance, keep up on all that. What would you like to say about that? That you would recommend? What do you think other people should do to put themselves in that situation?
Man, that's actually kind of it's a tough question, because I do have people that I rely on that are in the trucking industry and have been in it a long time. I do talk to you. I do talk to Cash. You guys give me very good information that I try to see if it works. And when I realize it's working, I just keep doing it. I think people that are getting into it, somebody in your chat earlier asked, is this a good time to go out and buy a truck and get into trucking? I would say in the right scenario, it is. If this is just me speaking, I didn't buy a truck that cost $200,000. I bought a truck that was very reasonable. That's a very efficient truck. It is my tool to generate an income.
Okay.
It paid for itself. In all honesty, it paid for itself in probably 4 months. I could have probably paid the truck off in 4 months. I wasn't ready to at that time because there was things I wanted to add to the truck. But I think if somebody gets into it, if you have the right teacher and the right mentorship and you follow direction and you try and own the asset as quick as possible and you try to operate at reasonable costs, you'll be successful when everybody talks about the market crashing. If the market crashed tonight, my operating costs are low enough that if it's $1 a mile, I'm still making money. So
yeah. So something you touched on without actually saying it is when you're saying I could have paid the truck off in 4 months, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that. What you're practicing there is capital management. It's part of running a business. It's okay, I can pay this truck off. If I do that, I'm left with X amount of dollars, very little. Okay, well then what if something happens, if I have a breakdown or if I need to do this or that? But now you're like, okay, I have that capital, I'm set it aside as an emergency fund. I'll build that capital up over again, and then when I have X amount of money, I'll use it to pay that off. So that's a really good strategy. You know, a lot of businesses do that, not outside of trucking. It's just a smart business practice. So
well, yeah, I felt like I needed X amount of dollars in like a major repair fund, if you call it that, that I wanted a certain dollar amount, and that was my number one goal. Get this certain dollar amount in an account in case the motor goes or transmission goes, I can pay for it and it's not going to break me.
Right.
That was goal number one. Goal number two was I need X amount of dollars to live for like 3-4 months without an income in case something happened. I achieved that. And then it was, well, now I need to attack the truck. And I think I made 3 like big truck payments. One maybe for like 17,000, one for 8, one for like 10. I just started making really big payments to the truck to get what I owed down. I didn't want to pay more in interest, even though I had a good rate. That's money that I can keep if I can get the truck paid off.
So trucking aside, that part of it set aside for a minute. You obviously made the most of this opportunity. How has it changed your life? Has it done anything for you, like outside of trucking, like your family, your overall situation in life? Have you been able to do any things you couldn't have done before? Anything like that?
Absolutely. The biggest thing for me, so I wasn't like broke when I started this, but I was a company guy that I was at my ceiling. Like I was never going to get any higher. So I brought my family on the first like real family vacation out west. I don't worry about anything. I've made multiple mortgage payments, like paid more into my principal of my mortgage. That's something I never would have been able to do. I have more of a retirement than I did before. Yeah, there's a lot of things that have changed.
So you're telling me you didn't go out and buy yourself a fat ass jacked up pickup truck, diesel?
As much as I wanted to, I didn't do it. So I'm being honest with you. As much as I wanted that in a boat, I didn't do it. You
had some short-term temporary discipline to accomplish a goal. Was it worth it, or would it have just been better to have that big pickup truck?
Hell no. I'm in the back of a truck that I own right now. That gives me more joy than being out in a lake with the boat that I own. And I don't know if that feeling's ever really going to go away. I have to get used to handling the kind of money I've been generating. I'm still not comfortable with it. I have people working with that, with me to get me comfortable with the money that my business is generating.
Right.
And the toys, if I ever decide to do it, be honest with you, I sold my car. I technically don't have a car. My 17-year-old daughter who just got her license, I don't know, 6 months ago, has a car. I don't even own a car anymore.
So you got kids almost to college age. You know, are you in a situation where you could help out with that now, and maybe you couldn't have before?
So funny story. I just got back from home time. We went and looked at colleges, and my daughter's been accepted to. My oldest daughter is very intelligent. I don't know where she got it from, but she's gotten into every school that she's applied to, and one of them happens to be in northern Wisconsin-Minnesota border. And what the check that I just wrote to pay off my truck, I could write that check to her college and pay for her first semester of college. And I never thought I could be in that position, to be honest with you.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pay for my kid's school. She needs to earn that. But if something came up, you know, I could afford to help her if I needed to.
So, you know, you've seen people in the chat here tonight. Gary Bates, he's talked about health insurance. We had him on last week. He's got a health insurance plan. He definitely talked about, go back and watch that live there. And he'll tell you all about it. But, you know, people in the chat asking, should I do this? Is it a good time? What should I do? How should I do it? What do you say to people that are thinking about doing it? What kind of advice you want? You obviously did things the right way. So I think we need to hear what your advice is. What do you want?
My advice isn't
Hey, I got to jump out for a minute. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
My advice isn't popular on YouTube.
So what? Neither is mine. People hate a lot of the things I say. So you're in good company.
I think that you know what, the biggest regret I have is I didn't do this earlier. Now, timing's everything. Timing is everything. So maybe the timing wasn't right, you know, excuse me, sorry. Maybe timing wasn't right years ago when I first thought about doing it. But I think anybody should jump. If you have the desire, I think you should do it. But okay. I think you should find a good carrier, and I think you should really ask questions because you're learning something new. At least for me, I was learning something new. I wasn't learning how to drive a truck. I have 20 years driving experience, but I was learning how to operate a business and how to operate a truck correctly. I don't think you should overspend on a truck. It's your first truck. It shouldn't be your, I mean, at least for me, it shouldn't have been my dream truck. It should have been a truck that might lead me to my dream truck someday. But I have different thoughts on that now too.
Well, there you go. You didn't buy your dream truck off the bat because you might not necessarily know everything of what you want your dream truck to be. Now you've owned one, so now you're like, okay, maybe that would have been a bad thing. And you know, another question. So you said you was thinking about this a long time. What is it that finally made you do it? If you don't mind me asking, like what was it that said, okay, I guess I'm doing it?
Have you ever been just tired of doing the same thing every damn day? Like, and I know that sounds ridiculous because I'm a truck driver. So yes, I do the same thing every damn day. But I just felt like the opportunity could be greater if I did it for myself than what I was getting at companies that I worked for. You know, I put in a lot of time. I was a union guy for 13 years. I put in a lot of time at companies, and you know what? At the end of the day, that company, I was an employee number 03312. You know what I mean? That's when I called to talk to somebody, that's the number I had to give. I couldn't say, hey, this is so-and-so. I don't want to use my name, but I had to use an employee ID number, and I just didn't feel like I could get to where I wanted to be staying a company guy. So I reached out to some people, and here I am.
Well, good for you. Yeah, I put the link in the chat if anybody else wants to come in. That's cool. Come on in. We got people are finding your story inspirational here. They want to hear more of it. I'd like to hear more of it. So, was your family on board with you getting into this? How did that whole conversation go?
Yeah. So remember how I said timing's everything?
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 daughters. And I'll get a little personal. So I'm divorced. I'm remarried now, but I had children with my ex-wife. I have full custody of my kids, full legal and physical custody of my kids. And when I first wanted to do it, they were too young. And then timing as they got older, like they don't need me every single day. My oldest is getting ready to go off to college. My youngest is in high school. You know, like they have jobs, they have friends. I don't need to be a present every single day. And then my wife got on board. I traveled a lot for my other job, so I missed things. I missed Christmases, I missed birthdays, I missed all those things, and I was still gone. Or if I was home, I worked 16 hours a day, and so I'd come home, eat, and go to bed. So then I just made the decision, why not do this for myself? Why not like I have a good work ethic. Why not reap more of a reward for having a good work ethic?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just made the choice, and my wife got on board, my kids got on board, and you know what? My time when I'm with my family, I do take home time. You know, if I go home, the carrier I'm leased onto, they leave it up to me when I want to come back. Now I do like money, so I don't want to be gone too long, but I spend more time with my family today, which sounds ridiculous because I'm over the road all the time. I spend more time with my family when I'm at home than I'd ever have before. And it's more quality time, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You know, if they're wanting to see you, they're going to want to spend time with you.
Yeah.
So what was it like that when it came down to crunch time, like I got to walk in and quit my job today because I think I'm quitting my job today, and I think I'm going to do this other thing. How hard was that?
So I quit my job while I was still in the company truck. I called my boss. I waited till I was about an hour away from our yard, and I called my boss, who he's a great guy. Him and I got along well, and I just said, "Hey, man, you know, I'm done. I quit." And he asked me why, and I explained to him why, and he said, "Good luck." It was intimidating. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I was scared, but
it's kind of a leap of faith type thing.
Yeah, yeah, it was. I put some faith. That's very hard for me to say. I put some faith in the unknown and the unexpected, and somehow all the stars aligned, and it worked out. You know, I talked to people. I talked to you. I talked to Cash, and it worked out.
Oh, good. That's a pretty good story. Is your family still on board now?
Oh yeah, I think they like it. To be honest with you, like,
well, they got Fat Cash Daddy over here bringing home the bacon, and then we don't have to play by his rules either.
Well, here's the thing. So obviously I make more money than I used to make, but I don't live any different than I used to live. Okay. You know, we have goals as a family. That sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Like, we have goals as a family, and if everybody stays on board with the goals, what we can do as a family is greater than the instant gratification of buying a big dually truck or a boat or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we got all kinds of people stopping in. David, thanks for coming in. Road Float channel member. Glad to see you. And Weekend Trucking coming on in. Weekend Trucking's got a channel. go ahead and drop your link, man, if you want to. Everybody, check out the Weekend Trucking channel. Over there doing his motorhomes mostly. You're hauling, right?
RV transport.
Yeah. In another hotel. Every time I see your videos, you're in a hotel. Makes me think you're a man of
no
means.
money in RV transport.
No? Well, it must be if you're in a hotel every night.
Yeah, that's just the saying. I need to make it sure.
So what's going on, everybody, tonight? David, what are you up to?
So I'm I-80, Little America, Wyoming, doing a 34-hour reset on a Friday night. Unusual. I've been doing those on Sundays lately, but as you know, I'm in a company flatbed and been running out of Ogden Home Depot accounts. So Ogden out to a Home Depot and back. Ogden Home Depot, Ogden Home Depot. So there's 40 or 50 Home Depots within 400 miles of Salt Lake City.
Mm-hmm.
And flatbed lumber, usually, bulk materials from their bulk distribution center. So happy to be here, though. I feel like your community's turning into familiar faces to a degree. I'm glad to get to know you.
It's full of good people, man. There is, man. Everybody, freight truck come in here and tells an inspirational story to everybody else. A lot of people here are thinking about. I know you're thinking about jumping into it, so you're probably getting some questions answered to some things, by him, and a lot of good people in this community. Cash is too. We share a lot of common viewers, and it's a lot of good conversations.
For sure. For me, I mean, as you know, because we spoke last week or whatever, but for me, a company driver and being relatively new to all of this stuff, I mean, super green, being part of this and just watching and listening and, doing my best to participate and show my gratitude or whatever, it's a way to minimize my risk if I get into this, if I go buy a truck, if I become an owner operator. Hanging out in your community really, really has been tremendously helpful, and I'm thankful for that.
Good. That's what we want. That's exactly what we want. Uh-oh. What happened to we lost somebody here.
Somebody jumped. Oh, your hotel guy. It's probably his
Weekend
hotel
truck.
Wi-Fi.
I hope he comes back. I want to talk to him. Jimbo Ski says the big companies in the U.S. aren't worth working for because they don't give you much time off. I've been staying out for 2 months and staying home for a month and a half. Wow. That's a long time to stay out and an even longer time to stay home, but that's what you got to do. We all kind of prefer the mid-sized companies. Find a small carrier with a couple hundred trucks or smaller. I don't want anybody that when I call I got to explain who I am. I'm not a fan of that.
Right. For me, I could have kind of retired from one industry, as you know, and was just decided I'm doing this trucking thing. I've been wanting to do it for many, 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 many years. And finally in January is when I got on the phone and started making some calls. And, obviously had a bunch of choices. I mean, anybody wants a clean record, normal, mature guy who's willing to take their equipment and make them some money. I mean, what could be better? Mm-hmm. So, I went with the biggest company there was with a little anxiety, hearing all the hate. And, as you know, I'm a Swift driver, and I knew exactly the risk I was taking in terms of the bad, I guess, but I also recognized, again, a lot of risk is gone when we were with a giant company like that. It knows a little bit of something about this business. And I figured the harder it was in the beginning, the better for me, because if I'm going to do this successfully, I'm not going to be in a company truck. So beat me up a little bit, pay me crap, keep me out for a couple of months to see how bad this could be. And so that's what it's been. It's been an amazing, 50,000 mile summer. And I definitely love the industry, but I understand why guys don't want to work for the man. It's not easy. No,
I fully get that. Yeah, Weekend Trucking, if you're still watching, feel free to come back in. We'd love to talk to you and talk about your channel a little bit. So yeah, freight trucking is just getting started here. I know you're looking to get into it, and you got everybody starts somewhere. Everybody starts somewhere. I came out of driving school at some point, and it's not bad to start with a Mega or whatever. I just like to say, don't let them get the best of you. Don't let them take advantage of you. Keep your guard up and
for sure.
And learn. Hell, some people make long careers out of that too. Nothing wrong with that either. Everybody has their place.
I ran into a guy yesterday, a Swift guy, who was like 30 years or something. And I literally laughed at him. I'm like, really? You are way tougher than me. Like, how could you tolerate this for 30 years? And he explained to me that you're only, in the beginning, it's just much harder. And obviously, I mean, you realize that, but to live it, it's like, man, I see why people quit. I went to their school in February. I called them in January, went to their school in February, got in a truck in March. So I've been driving flatbed since March out of Phoenix. That's where, because I'm from California, so I had to go to Phoenix, which is their closest flatbed terminal. I went to their school in Southern California with like 16 guys. All of them are quit. I'm the last man standing out of our little club of friends, these 16 mostly young men. And I was like the old guy, and we would laugh. But anyway, they're all gone. They've all quit. They haven't all quit the industry. They've all just quit Swift.
Yeah, I was the only one out of my driving school that didn't go to Swift. But
okay, got it.
One thing I don't like about the bigs, is this notion that you're mandated to stay out a certain period of time. Like, I know this one person on YouTube I was seeing said, I made $77,000 a year, but I stay out for 2 years. I'm like, well, that's just not treating somebody right. I mean, obviously it's got to be voluntary. I can't imagine anybody would force you to stay out that long. If they did, they're scum. But you shouldn't have to stay out for 2 years to make a damn living. You could make well over 70, working somewhere else, being home several times, a few times a month. But yeah, so we lost David too. By God, Fate Trucking, the ball is back in your court. We got to know more about what is it? Fate Trucking. We got to know more about it.
What do you want to know?
So how often do you go home? Do you have to stay out for 2 months at a time?
No. I think the longest I've stayed out is, I think I did stay out one entire month. But I got home, I think, for 2 nights in that month. But, I kind of go home when I feel like it's time for me to go home, or if my wife calls me and says she wants me to come home, then I go home, and I usually stay home. It varies. Sometimes a week, sometimes it's 9-10 days. However long she can put up with me.
Or are they calling you after the second day and say, hey,
No.
you've been home 48 hours, your reset is up?
No. Like I said, the carrier I work for, when I go home, they leave me alone. I probably contact my carrier more. Well, I do contact my carrier more than they contact me when I'm at home. And that's because
Needy.
I just want them.
Needy, right?
Yeah. I want them to know what I'm thinking. Like when I'm ready to go back on the road, and
You sound like a sweet boy. Your company's lucky to have you.
all that money they're stealing from me.
Well, so, in regards to that, every deal has its details. Some are 85-15, some are 90-10. I can't for the life of me figure out how a carrier's making it on 10, unless you're just so big. Smaller ones, there's just no way. Especially if you're footing a bill for trailers, as part of that. Do you say to people, it's the details? You got to look a little deeper than just in the surface and see what the details are when you're looking at a deal?
Oh,
or is there a certain percentage you think that's just you got to have?
Well, that's a weird question for me, because I've really only experienced one carrier. But it is the details, and it's kind of what that carrier offers you. You know what I mean? And the carrier I work for offers me more than the paycheck that I earn. You know what I mean? Like my settlement, my carrier offers me a lot more than that, with discounts on tires, discounts on repairs. There is details in my contract that are important to me. And like I said, it's the first contract that I signed, but like I said earlier, with no hidden fees, I know up front what is my responsibility, that what I need to take care of, what I need to pay for. if I choose to have it taken out of my check or my settlement, that's my choice. You know what I mean? I choose not to do those things, or
Okay.
I try not to do those.
You said you're with a small carrier. Can they, obviously I don't think they're touching the discounts of a Landstar, but can they give you any kind of meaningful discounts really? Small carrier wise?
My fuel discounts are crazy. They've kind of leveled off a little bit.
Like 10, 15 cents or?
No, a lot more than that.
Really?
I can, there's times I'll save 60 cents a gallon, 65 cents, depending on where I fuel up. They've kind of leveled out a little bit, but they're still, I still don't think I've paid $3 for a gallon of fuel yet.
Oh, wow.
But I'm kind of a nerd because I'll look at where I'm going and the route that I'm taking to get there and where I can buy my cheapest fuel. And sometimes I'm in areas that the fuel discount isn't that great, so I use the Mudflap app, but mainly the two fuel cards that I have through my carrier. I take that back. I have paid $3 a gallon when I'm in Pennsylvania. Other than Pennsylvania, I haven't paid $3 a gallon.
Cool. Nice. Well, what about you get tires? I don't know, whatever other things come.
Well, that's funny you bring that up. I just bought I bought 8 drive tires, and I saved a substantial amount of money when I tried to get them myself. I live right by a Pomps, so I called them and had them give me a quote, and it was like $4,300, I want to say, for 8 drive tires. And I went through my carrier, and I saved over $1,000.
Ooh, nice.
Yep.
Nice.
So, and I get good pricing on parts. I haven't had to buy a lot of parts, but the carrier I'm leased to has preferred pricing with places.
Okay. Awesome. Joel, where did Joel's comment go? He wanted to know some of the smaller, his comment disappeared. Some of the smaller or mid-sized carriers that somebody can get with. I tell you what, the man that knows all about the different carriers is Cassius King Trucking. So check out his videos. I can just repeat what he says, but he has more knowledge on that than I do. I would just be merely talking a bunch of crap. Oh, there's this comment right there. Yeah, Joel, check out Cassius Kit channel. He talks about that all the time. There we go. We got Weekend Trucking back. So Weekend Trucking, welcome. We just recently been introduced. So tell these fine folks about your channel.
How much time do you have?
I don't know. As much as people want to listen to.
So I'm a gym owner turned, I'll call myself a trucker now that I'm in a medium duty truck.
Yeah. Dude, you're ripped, man. Look at this beefcake right here. Come on.
Oh, I don't got nothing.
Cartman style.
And the more that I think about it, F and Trucking talked about it, just like you're behind a wheel all day, but you know what? I've created a multiple 6-figure business in my gym business from the ground up. And one, I pay myself in my trucking endeavors more than I paid myself in the gym endeavors. I probably had more perks over there, but I would say the freedoms and I don't know if I want to say potentials, but just the opportunities that can come from trucking, it's mind blowing to me. So that's me in a nutshell.
I'm still kind of getting to know you. I understand what you do with the hot shots and this and that. I don't know really where you're at with. Obviously, okay, I did not know you were a gym owner. So you had I kind of did because I've seen you messing around with different things. But you had business experience before you came into this. So did you come into this with a business mindset? Did you recognize the opportunity and say, I'm gonna make the most of this? Or did you come in and say, I'm gonna get me this my dream truck, and I'm gonna just kind of treat it as a hobby? How did you kind of go about it? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So
Wait, somebody wants to take it to the gun show again. So, let's do that right there. There we go, big dog trucker. You're welcome.
I'm not seeing these comments.
Oh, damn it! Look at that. Show me up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, the pandemic took place, and as a gym owner, I instantly took mine and my wife's payroll off the books. And then, because as a business owner, I would assume that you're a W-2 employee to your business.
Business owner is always the last to get paid. A lot of people don't understand that. If you're any kind of owner, you're the last to get paid.
Yeah, if you have compassion and you care about people, whether people think that about you or not,
Yep.
So I was like, okay, we're taking our payroll off the books. And then, because we were savvy enough to be a S Corp and be a W-2 employee, yeah, sure, I could take owner draws, but we collected unemployment as I still busted my ass to keep everything afloat, just try to figure everything out,
Mm-hmm.
Well, the we're in this together funds ran out real quick, and I'm like, okay, well, like my family tradition is like construction work. Babe, I guess I'm going to start working 40 hours a week, and I'm just going to do construction. We'll figure it out,
Right.
I had a friend that just he had a 1-ton pickup truck, and his family, his parents used to own like 7 Subways in our area. And so I don't know if they they have 2 kids. I don't know if they gifted them so many apiece or how it worked out. But I had started seeing him post on Facebook just different pictures of campers. And I'm like, dude, I thought you were doing this Subway thing. What's going on? He's like, I couldn't deal with it, man. I had to get out. So what are you doing? Starts telling me about RV transport. And I'm like, I really don't want to work 40 hours a week, like I used to. There's a lot of flexibility in this. I'll just trade in my 1/2 ton for this. Met with him a few times, jumped in, and it was kind of a too good to be true type of a situation. From an overhead standpoint, I kind of, as the last guy was talking about, being a company driver, you get paid crap. Well, as I started like really looking at these things, I was like, dude, they cover all of your overhead. You have a truck payment and you have unladen insurance. So this is your rate. Here's your fuel expense. Here's what you'll take home if you have a payment on your truck or not. I'm like, this isn't too shabby. You get to choose when and where you're going. So that's just kind of how it all started. And yeah, from there, I learning experiences, blew up the old Ford, what was it, a 6.4 liter? Got myself into a medium duty box truck, into the multi-haul division, and essentially increased the revenue by about 50 to 75% doing the same exact runs.
Okay. Yeah.
So
hey, Dirty Broke 215's in here. Thanks for coming in, buddy. If you got any advice you want to drop on some people here, kind of starting out, man, you are welcome all the time to come in. He's full of stuff, full of knowledge, and done it. He's been there, done that. Alonzo, thanks for coming in.
What's up, DIY?
How are you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Can't complain.
So you about to hire you some veterans?
We're not there yet. There yet.
Okay.
I'm just getting going myself. That's the ultimate goal, is to hire my guys and continue mission there.
Okay. Well, excellent. Yeah, there's a lot.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, good.
I'm in the process right now of just shopping around. We're looking for trucks, looking for trailers,
Oof. Oh,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
and 3 million other
been-
people.
You know it. It's been rough.
What are you looking
Slim
for?
pickings.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
I'm looking for like Fake Trucking was saying. He says I wasn't looking for my dream truck. I feel the same way. I don't think you can do that.
Man, was that a good story or what?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I see a lot of similarities between us.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually looking for like a Cascadia or something like that just to get going.
Okay.
Been looking at a Columbia. Don't know what you know about those. It's got a Mercedes in it.
I own one. I've owned 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah. It's been sitting for 3 years. He started it every month. The guy retired about 3 years ago, so it's been sitting that long. So
I would, to be, if I can be honest with you, I would be a little bit nervous about the Mercedes.
Yeah.
They're really they're really expensive to fix. I think a Mercedes turbo, the last time I checked, and this was years ago, the turbo, I can get a turbo for my 60 series for $800, $1,200 from the dealer. I've been told that Mercedes turbo was $7,000.
Wow.
The MBE 4000 turbo.
Wow, that's half the price of some of those trucks.
Well, yeah, that's crazy. I called Valley Truck Parts the other day. I was like, just curious, like, the engines you have laying around, is like, what would a good low mileage one cost me? Yeah, about $14,000. Well, that's not so bad.
Well, you could overhaul. If you could get one with a Series 60, you can do a pretty extensive overhaul, for about that price. Get into a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hate to bust. I don't want to discourage you. I would really try to encourage you not to buy the Mercedes. Because how old is it?
It's a 2011.
It's got some age on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's one of those. It's that truck right before the DEF too. It's got the DPF filters but no DEF.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of sketchy.
That's some rough years. There's a period of time there with some really rough years. Yeah, and that's
absolutely.
one of them.
I drove a box truck like that for a while with the company that I'm with right now, and when we had all sorts of problems with that, and I had a Cummins. So I'm just talking with that style of DPF system. It's kind of sketchy, but I got my eyes on some Cascadias as well, so might go that route too.
Cool. Yeah. So, Weekend Trucking. If you do you say your first name or do you not?
Yeah, Sean.
Can you hear me?
Johnson.
Sean.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm Adam. That's all I give out, but I don't want to. So, tell us about plug your channel, man. Tell us about it. Like, you're talking to people.
Yeah. So ultimately, as I start, as everybody does, you go to YouTube to become certified in whatever you want to take on, your next
YouTube
endeavor.
University, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's just like, you know what? Like, there's decent content out here, but from the business side of things. So prior to the pandemic, I had probably invested 60 to 75.
We like to have our videos monetized around here. right away, come in here. Let's see if we can get DIY demonetized. Let's see what we can do about that. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. I don't care.
No, I understand. But so I was like, there really isn't a decent amount of like true business talk. And from, I don't know if I think an owner operator from a semi perspective would be a little different than, the quote unquote owner operator in RV transport, because you have zero liability. You're basically a company driver with your own truck.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just like, man, like I have this different view on it. So I was like, dude, I'm driving for, well, before I got an ELD, I'm driving for like 16 plus hours a day. And, this push it back quote
Allegedly
allows you to drive. Yeah. I mean, my books are perfect, but I was like, well, what else am I going to do? I'll just start hitting record, And that's how the channel came about. And then I was just kind of like, I kind of like doing this editing stuff. And so you watch my first video versus my last video, you're like, oh, how many hours did it take to edit that one? Not worth what I'm monetized for, but I find fun in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just come in it from a business perspective, and I've thoroughly enjoyed the journey of trucking. And I'm like, dude, the least amount of people issues, and I feel like I'm robbing somebody's bank. This is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. We're not all gonna make just trucking kind of money on YouTube, that's for sure. But it's fun to do sometimes, anyways. Thanks guys for the super chats. Alex, what's that?
Isn't this your backup to YouTube? That's your retirement, right?
I wish. It's
You're
hey,
killing it.
a boy can dream. A boy can dream. Alex, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. I still don't hear your audio, but I'm happy to have you in here participating. Nevada, thank you for a super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I know you said you're in bed, but you're always welcome here. Nick G says, "What about the MP8?" Liking the MP8. We got four of them. Take that back. Yeah, 4 of them and 5 of them in the fleet now. 4 Max and a Volvo. They're doing well. They're doing great. Common issues are injectors. Have replaced injectors in several of them, but it was at the time of purchase, so we haven't paid for any of them. But hey, if that's the only problem we have, I'm happy with that. The drivers seem to like them. They can be good fuel economy. The power is good. I have no issue thus far with the MP8 engine. So yeah, Fate Trucking has an MP8. Okay, he likes it. Jim Boski, thank you for super chat. I appreciate that. He says MBE 4000 will run forever. The one he has 1.8 million miles on it. So there you go, Alonzo. Give me a chance, and I will look like a boob.
That's a lot of miles.
That is a lot of miles, and Jimbo, it's probably a testament to just how he treats it and how he takes care of it. Also,
you gotta
most
have
engines,
that fuel ox in there, right?
Hey, I tell you what, a lot of people are digging on that.
I was thinking with that motor, how it's got that DPF system with no DEF. I was thinking that catalyst might be the ticket to those systems.
I use it in my 1999 model Series 60 with no DEF, no DPF, no anything, and I think it makes that run better. But a lot of people are liking it. Some people are just fiercely loyal and refuse to try it, and that's okay. It's all right.
Well, I figure if it can get rid of some of that soot that you guys were talking about the last time you guys chatted about it with the owner there, that's half your battle right there. That soot plugs up those filters like crazy.
Yeah, and it's hard to address both problems. Soot and NOx, they're kind of inverse problems. So when you affect one, when you cure one, you make the other worse typically. And it's the catalyst products can kind of address both of them by lowering combustion temperature. They can lower combustion temperature from about 900 degrees to down around 600. So you're taking care of the temperature, and you're getting a more complete burn at the same time. So you're kind of taking care of the NOx and the soot. But and is it going to be a magic? Is it going to be a cure-all for everybody? No. I mean, where are you starting from? What kind of mechanical shape? It's not going to, fix a mechanical issue if you're having one. If you got leaky injectors, a DPF filter that's 80% plugged and needs, you're not going to fix things. It depends on where you're starting from too.
Right. Say you throw a couple new filters on that thing. Now, I mean, start from a good place. I think you'll be pretty good with that stuff.
Yeah.
That's
and I
just
tell
kind
you,
of my opinion.
Yeah, I cut my teeth on their anti-gel. Started using in the summer treatment. Really like it. And I tell you what, these Infinity Lube products are really growing on me. They really are. They're freaking spectacular. We treated one of the Max.
I've used some of that Best line before, and that works pretty damn good.
Yeah. So, it's I encourage people to do their own homework and try it. JK says this is how truckers should be conversating. Yeah, we're just shooting the gift here. Jimbo, thanks again for the super chat. I appreciate it. Nick G, thank you, sir. You guys are too kind. Yeah, we need cash in the middle to square off. We'll have it Brady Bunch style here. I'm not going to be Alice this time. I'm just saying.
Squares back in
He's probably getting loaded. He was, I'll just say, when you're 8 hours late for your appointment, sometimes they're going to screw you over. But hey,
shit.
don't tell them I told you.
Yeah.
No, I think what makes me the most nervous about this endeavor though is all the taxes. Like you go into a lot of that and you talk about like different taxes in different states, and it's like, how in the heck do you keep track of all that? Like,
I'm giving it all away.
Do you have an accountant that tracks that, or
just pick it up over the period of time? It's just something. It's maybe a nerdy thing, but I find it interesting. I rather enjoy doing that part of it, and it's just stuff you learn over time, and just keep always kind of looking. I talk about. There's only a couple things I haven't gotten to yet, and I will. So just if that concerns you, just keep
I'm
tabs
just kind
on
of
that.
wondering if you have like a checklist. Okay, like
I have one for myself.
Yeah, that's
You know
what
what?
I'm talking about.
That's a good idea. I'm gonna write that down. That's a good video idea. Yearly checklist. Because I do have one. I have cheat sheets for myself, and it's changed now that I have other people on the carrier. I need to amend it some, so I'll just put it all together as one. Now, if you hire somebody to do it, here's why I'm not a huge. Oh my God, dude, Nevada. Thank you, buddy. Wow, holy crap! I was wondering the 1775. I'm like, he's just a touch off, but Nevada nailed it. 1776 all day. Thank you. Everybody definitely check out Nevada Trucking and Trails channel. Subscribe. I appreciate that, feller.
Killing it.
Yeah, you're welcome here anytime if you want to jump in. We'll do it. We never did that yet, so we need to do that. Back to what was I saying? Oh, hiring somebody to do it. Yeah, hiring somebody to do it. I hate to say it, but most people at these permit companies, oh geez, flow, dude. Thank you. Thanks for the non-advice advice. Awesome.
Will an accountant?
Hey, thanks. So, okay, if you get an accountant, find somebody that's experienced with trucking. Okay.
Okay. I got somebody in line right now that is experienced. Actually handles my a buddy of mine's business right now.
Okay, because trucking has some unique. They're not like income taxes; they're like use taxes and ad valorem taxes, and fuel tax is not something an accountant typically does. They might not be well versed in it, and if you hire one of these services to do it, you see these trucking rags are full of permit services, right? We do IFTA, we do IRP, we do this, we do that. don't make the mistake of thinking that those idiots know any more than you do about it. There's a good chance that they don't, because they're hired for, 10, 12 bucks an hour to fill out these forms, perform these tasks. They've probably never been trained on it. If the fuel tax, 99% of the people that do it do not understand it.
I watched your video on that. It actually looks really simple. I feel comfortable I can do that.
Once you understand the concept, it's simple. It's the getting somebody to accept the concept is the hard part. Not even understand it. It's easy to understand. It's hard to accept that it doesn't really matter because you're paying it now or you're paying it later. You're paying the same exact amount, right? So let's buy the cheapest fuel, right? There's people that, and I know because I've spoken to them and they email me, that are responsible for doing IFTA for relatively good-sized trucking companies that don't understand it. Okay, I don't expect an accountant to understand it. It's not really their thing. It's not really what they do a lot. So just know that if you hire somebody, number one, double check the work, and number two, even though they did it, you paid them to do it, you are still ultimately responsible for what's on that form if it's your company. Okay, so just approach it from that mindset. There is good places out there, I'm sure. I'm not a big fan of hiring somebody halfway across the country to do things like that because there's no accountability.
Right.
And I would never mail my documents to somebody. Number one, because if they're doing those kinds of things for you, you have to sign a power of attorney with them. Not a fan of that. But you'll pick it up. And if you need help with that, just email, whatever. But we'll get to that schedule thing here eventually. I gotta find all my notes, put it together.
Yeah, it was like confluence tax, thumbtacks, tic tacs. What the heck's going on here?
Knickknacks, scallywags,
paddywhacks.
Yeah. Hey, if it's taxable, buddy, we'll slap. Oh, wait till y'all hear what the fine folks up in Massachusetts are doing. I'm gonna have a video about that because it's devastating. But I don't have it all together yet. You want to talk about taxes, buddy? I tell you what. So yeah, thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. Another super sticker. Appreciate that. I still can't hear you, but glad to have you in here.
Just throwing dollars out.
Hey, Alex is owner operator. He's got that kind of cash. Alex Express got a channel too. Check out Alex's channel. If you're doing a YouTube channel, he gives a lot of good advice on how to do things on YouTube too. But
got bags of money falling out of the side of that fancy truck of his.
Well, damn it! I think when he bought it, it's got a Cummins in it and a bag of cash.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
all you need is a chalkboard.
Well, he just barrels right into YouTube. He's like, here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get the nicest truck in the country and start a channel, and everybody's gonna love me.
It works. People like to see that.
Heck yeah, he's got good content too. I love his videos.
Nobody wants to see a busted ass orange Freightliner Columbia sitting in my driveway.
No, a cool couple doing it together in a sweet rig. They know what they're doing. Yeah. It's all the truth, like the struggles. It's a good channel.
Yeah. It helps to have a pretty girl in there and a big red Peter.
That doesn't hurt.
Alonzo caught that one, but good. He's gonna do well. Yeah, that's the videos on that. Nobody wants to see an old busted ass Schneider truck in a thumbnail.
How about the Swift guy? One of my Swift DMs like, are you gonna make one of them channels? I'm like, not with your truck.
It does well if you can get a big company name in your hashtags and in your channel and do videos of big company names. They do well. I think if you're a prime driver, I don't know if it's a regulation that you have to have a YouTube channel, but I tell you what, there might be more prime YouTube channels than anything else out there, and they all got friggin' way more subscribers than any of us got.
The Swift guys, though, they want you to do it for them. They want you to do it for, in other words, represent us.
Oh, they wouldn't like that. Tell them you like American money. You like big stacks of American money in unmarked bags.
You're taking advantage of me in every way you possibly can already. You can't take that. Come on. I'm not going to be your boy.
Oh, you will, and they will own your content and then sue you when you say something they don't like.
Exactly. They're like, well, we don't, we're not so sure. I said, it ain't none of your business. I don't have any videos. I just watch. I just participate.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Sean. We lost him. Doggone it. Yeah, maybe he'll come back. Sorry. What am I missing? Jimbo wants to get a Freightliner Classic XL, but I'm worried about being able to get into certain shippers and receivers. I love them. Those Freightliner Classics and FLDs, I'd like to own one. Those were good trucks, and they were easy to work on, and they seem to be considerably more durable than a Columbia or a Century. I'd like to get me an old one and restore it as a project. But
some of the shippers won't allow an older rig. Is that the idea? They just
he's saying that it's got a long front end and they're hard to turn, but it's not going to really be any different than a Pete, or a W9. Sure. But maybe I'm sure he's probably not driving that right now.
That was the first truck I drove, W9.
Yeah, I had a long hood Pete
back in 2004.
Yeah, I had a long nose Pete for a little while, and you get into a town and you're trying to turn on these city streets, and I'm just like, you know what, and just enough, enough of this. I didn't want to make my job harder. I just didn't really. I was new. I didn't really know any better.
I'd like to have one of those old Kenworth K100s, the cab overs.
Oh yeah,
I think they're cool.
I saw one of those today. It had the taller sleeper on it with the windows in the top.
Yeah.
Is that the K100?
Yeah, that's K100.
Yeah, I saw one of those today.
On the Asian My show, there's one that was done with a trailer that had sleeping quarters in it. That was Randy Chester's truck.
Oh, cool.
He actually that guy actually gave my brother his first start in a truck.
Oh wow!
And it's kind of cool how it comes full circle.
What part of the world are you from again?
Michigan.
Michigan. Okay, so we're not
right on the other side. Right on the other side of the lake, brother.
Oh, okay. Over there by Sawyer or somewhere.
No, I'm out by Grand Rapids.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Big Dog Trucker, for a super chat. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Yeah, Smokehouse was saying, I was thinking the same thing. Why pay for a billboard when they can be the billboard? It's a brilliant strategy by the trucking companies. Everybody's on GP Transco's nuts these days. Wants to be the boy for GP Transco. And I've heard, I know somebody personally that worked there. Said it was a great place to work as a company driver. He wanted to be an owner-operator, didn't like their owner-operator plan, so he moved on. But he said as a company driver, the money was great, the equipment was great. It's a great place to work, but boy, I tell you what, I guess this guy Trucker's coach is pimping for him now, and I know there was another guy that was on there. So yeah, it's they seem to be they're growing fast. That would worry me a little bit how fast they want to grow from what I've been told, because we all know what can come with that. It's tough. And shit, just for me, from 1 to 7 in 8 months is there's some growing pains there. I can't imagine growing hundreds of trucks. In
how was that
period of
Adam?
time. What's that?
Growing from 1 truck to 7. Like, what was that like?
A challenge. I did a whole live stream on it a couple of weeks ago where I talked about. I was pretty honest. I put a lot out there. I knew what it was going to be. Like, I was prepared for it. I can't imagine what it would have been if I didn't have some capital to put towards it that I did. Been saving for it for a long time. I couldn't imagine doing it all on debt. It would have been extremely scary. I don't know that I would have done it because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. A lot of challenges, a lot of things. It's easy to sit down with a calculator here and just hammer it out and say, okay, I get X percentage of this load, and this is how much I'll bring in a week. But a lot of expenses you don't foresee or don't figure on, and
for sure
things will happen in bunches. Breakdowns will happen in bunches. tires, sometimes I go through tires like they're going out of style. I think in one day, one time I spent like $8,000 on tires.
Wow.
But then you'll go a month and not buy a tire, or a few months, or when.
Hell, with that tire bill, you'd have to go a few months without buying a tire.
Yeah. When the hardest part was, and I've done it before in different jobs or whatever, been in charge of people, whatever, but dealing with people as the business owner, when I'm like, whatever, I'll say it. I've saved my whole life. Like I sacrificed a lot for this my entire life to get to this situation, and it's a great deal of sacrifice. I've missed out on a lot, and I got a lot of good people working for me. Like they're great. Like when I talk to somebody about coming here, we talk for a long time. It's not just fill out an application and this and that. We a lot of times talk for a month before I decide, whatever. So I want them here, and I still want all of them here. But when something happens, somebody damages something, or something bad happened, make a mistake, it's really hard to not take it personal sometimes. You know what I mean? Because you know that you never would have done that, and then somebody else did it. You foot the bill. However it works out, whatever. You got to learn to not take things personal. People are just people. People don't. At least these folks do not do things intentionally bad. Everybody makes mistakes. I make mistakes. It's just different when you're finally the one at the top saying, well, it's all me now. It's all me. I have nobody to turn to. I mean, obviously my wife is my partner and we work together on things, but I have nobody to go to. Okay. And at times it's scary because when you get to a certain point, you're probably going to deal, unless you've been in business before or doing other things, you're probably going to be dealing with amounts of money that you have never touched before in your life. You may deal with more money in a week or a month than you've ever dealt with in your life before. Yeah. Now, is all that money? No, it's all that money yours? No, it's not. It all has a home. You have to learn not to touch the money too. Like I've always been good at that. That's not a problem for me. But also, payroll is huge. Fuel bills are huge. You have to learn to manage it because you run out of money in a heartbeat if you're not careful. You have to have things set up to have access to money if something bad does happen. So, more money, more problems. It's like the saying goes, sure. But it's it can be worth it. I think it's going to be worth it in the long run. I've had some months here where I've struggled. I've had months where I've lost money, to be perfectly honest with you. August, I did finally turn a profit. So I'm happy about that. A lot of businesses go a long time before they turn a profit. Now, is that all, speculation of where that money goes? Well, you got to realize I bought 6 trailers this year. All right. I already had one. I've plunked down a bunch of money for trucks. It takes a long time to catch back up. All right. Fortunately, like I said, I started with some money to throw at this. I think that's why I'm still here. I don't know that I would still be doing it if I had borrowed it all. I think I probably would have gotten scared and not stuck it out when some of the hard times came. And this is all in a great freight market. I can't imagine having the balls to do something like this in a tough freight market. I couldn't imagine what it's like. Much respect to everybody who's started and grown a trucking company to a big trucking company, or any business to a large business.
Well, I actually started driving back in like 2004 with my brother and that Kenworth, and that was back when diesel was outrageously expensive and freight didn't pay all that well. We were hauling reefer for Sunco carriers, and it didn't pay worth nothing.
No, I was for Paul from Freight Connect. You guys probably all seen him. I talked to him. He sent me something a while back where it was showing what the average freight rates were in what the heck was the year? 2000. I don't know. 2005. Pretty close. It's not the exact
pretty
year.
close.
And the average van rate was like $1.37. Now the average reefer rate was like $1.51. Oh, thanks, Irvin Green. Another super chat. Appreciate it. Let me just answer this quick. What period of time do you recommend a company driver go before going owner op? What did you do before this? Did you have any business experience? And are you if you're a new driver, I always say make your mistakes on somebody else's dime. Good way to practice. Run their truck like it was your own. Track every expense. Do that for at least 6 months because you get your own truck insurance. You get some time under your belt. Your insurance will be a little more reasonable, and you'll learn the mechanics of it, the operations of it, what you can know what to expect for costs. Try to do at least 6 months. The longer, the better. The more you're going to learn. But I mean, if you come from something where you ran a business for 10 years already and you already know business, well, you got half of it down. Now you just got to learn the trucking part. Freight Trucking wants to come back in and let us all know what's up. Tell us how it's done. I forgot what I was talking about before that. Anyway, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I turned the phone off for a while and I just turned it back on and I heard a brief thing that you said that kind of reminded me of something. You're 100% right about like being on your own. And I can only speak from my experience and what worked for me. It worked for me, but leasing on to a carrier kind of took some of the fear of doing everything out on my own away that allowed me to feel like I'm winning. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what doesn't make sense to me is I heard you say you turned your phone off. You know we're still live, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to go to sleep, but that's just not going to happen right now.
Of course not. We're live, brother. No time for sleep. I'm just kidding. You go. Sleep is precious. If you need it, you got to get it.
I'm awake.
Hey, Adam, I'm hearing something interesting. If you get a little bit of a break, you were talking about the freight rates and how the up and the downs. I think I might entertain you with a little story.
Bring it on.
So one of the reasons I'm in this truck is one of the motivations is my father, who was a trucker, that I never knew my dad. I never had a relationship with him.
Okay.
And when he passed away and we buried him and I went through all of his things, I found his trucker kind of business plan. And of course, wow. I had heard that he was a truck driver. And I also found this 55-year-old business card that I carry around in my truck. This is literally from 1969. And it's got his name on it. It says trucking, blah, blah, blah. Well, in his business plan in 1969, he was trying to get $1.50 a mile.
Yeah.
50 years ago.
Well, that was back in the days of regulation.
$1.50 a mile. And of course, all the rules are different and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But he grossed $90,000 in 50 years ago in an old shitty truck by himself, owner op kind of guy. and I here I am all these years later trying this trucking thing myself. And I learned from you guys all these numbers and I'm like, wait a minute. It's the same. I mean, it's not the same, but it's damn close.
But back then, diesel was $0.05 a gallon, and now it's $4 a gallon.
So he was either killing it and printing money, but it's very ironic that the only cost really that's way different would be the fuel, right? All the other stuff's going to be close to the same. The trucks are going to be expensive, the insurance is going to be expensive, blah blah blah. But relatively speaking, if he was trying to get $1.50 a mile, and there's guys I see on these load boards running freight for close to that, especially with like, the hotshot guys I heard talking about RV transport and all that. I mean, I just thought that was entertaining and you guys might get a kick out of that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Back in I don't know what, 70s, 80s, 60s, we're going back before deregulation, freight rates were actually higher back then. And you would routinely see $2 a mile. And then, deregulation, and now all of a sudden in the 90s, you're pulling for $1.50 when all other costs have doubled or tripled. So it was actually more profitable back then.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, you're going robot, David. We're losing David. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Oh boy.
We lost you, David. You went full robot on us.
Can you hear me again?
I can hear you again. I don't think the government liked you saying all those kind of crazy things. No, now we lost you completely. Your audio's gone, dog.
Uncle Sam said, "Oh no, you don't."
Oh, he was muted. Okay, we might have you back now, but yeah, no power steering, no air ride, no power windows,
Right.
different life. Yeah, spring ride cabs. They'd be pissing blood at the end of the day.
200 horsepower.
Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, 140, 160 horse. Yeah, but they got it done.
The only thing I was going to add was, as a company driver, though, in the 80s and 90s, I'll bet you they were getting paid the same I'm getting paid as a company driver in 2022, which is nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Anyway. I don't know what they got paid back then.
Well, they were. It's my understanding that it was a reputable, professional type of a job, and you could raise a good family on it and buy a nice house, and in this whole scheme of the economy, being a truck driver, from my understanding, was an honorable profession, and that usually comes from being paid pretty well.
I had older. One of my best friends was considerably older than me, and he used to tell me, back when I was young, people would say, "Don't mess with him. He's a truck driver." You'd have some muscle from muscling that steering wheel around and probably tossing a lot of your own freight. Yeah. And now it's like, he's just a truck driver. Meaning he ain't gonna chase you more than 5 feet, because you'll drop dead from a heart attack.
I'm as soft as they come. I'm a total wuss. I couldn't beat up a mouse, but I'm out here thinking I'm all tough in my flatbed. It's like, no, this is easy. This is not what
they had. That Armstrong power steering back then.
Yeah. Right. No air conditioning. Oh man.
Look at me. I'm in the back of this thing. It's all cold and perfect and comfortable. Yep. I live on a sailboat, and it makes this thing look like a Cadillac.
Yeah. Riding on that doghouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to sign off pretty soon.
All right. Yeah, cool.
My phone's overheating and stuff. I appreciate you doing this, Adam. I mean, you just can't imagine how valuable your content is. You hear it over and over again, but I'm going to always say it to you. It's nice to get to know you guys.
Thank you.
I'll check in next time.
Yeah, we'll see you again.
Okay. Good night, everyone. Cheers.
See ya.
Good night.
Yeah, Jimbo's out there trading stocks every day, making some money. He says that's what he does with his money, his extra money. Good for him. Yeah, we talk about that a little bit on Friday. I don't really do options, but I just don't have the time to commit to it. But yeah, good for you. Trucking can provide you enough income to do some other things with, so definitely diversify. Prepare yourself a life outside of trucking, because you might go, well, Alex is going to bed too. Night, Alex. We'll see you again. You could find yourself in a situation like me, where last year I lost my eyesight 3 times, and had to have a couple eye surgeries.
Oh, wow.
If I'm buried in debt, what do you do? If you got $3,500 a month payment, what do you do? Twice it happened on the road. I couldn't drive myself home. So put me out of commission. I only drove maybe half the year last year. So, there's another reason to do this. Things can happen. You could, all kinds of things could happen, man. So, always prepare for something outside of trucking.
Can I say something real quick that I heard? I'm sorry, I can't read the guy's name that just left.
David.
Talked about how trucking used to look like a good profession. You could raise a family and all that on trucking. I did all that as a company driver. Do you know what I mean? Like, I still obtained all those things that he was talking about as a company driver. It just, some people want more, you know what I mean? And they're willing to maybe take a risk on themselves to see if there's a reward at the end of it. You know what I mean? And for me,
you mentioned that before. You mentioned that before, and that's, Adam, what I was telling you. There's some similarities between me and you. Is like I've topped out. Like I've topped out as a company driver right now, like you were talking about, and you just want more. It's like, all right, I ran this to the top.
Dirty Broke, I put the link in the chat. Come on in, brother. He's got a lot to teach.
And obviously we're all in this for money, but that can't be your number one goal. Like, I guess when I speak, I'm literally speaking for myself, but it can't be your number one goal is just more money. Like, at least for me, it is the pride thing. It is, what can I build? What can I create?
Absolutely.
I want more. And it's not just money. It's, we all die someday. What are we going to leave behind when we die? Are we going to leave a dollar?
It's your legacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you can spend your whole life kind of wondering what if, and I don't want to look back someday and say, man, I wonder if I could ever have gotten that.
I did that same thing with special operations. Everybody was always hounding me. You need to come over to the special forces side when I was in the military. And then constantly after that, it's what if I would have done that? I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, you'll never know. I mean, obviously you want to do it smart. Sorry, I'm trying to text the link to Dirty Broke here because he says he can't click on it there. How can I get the link? Oh, I got to email it to myself. That's what I got to do. Email it. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute here. Carry me, help me.
Yeah, I've been down that road before with the whole what ifs and could have been, the one of the best trained soldiers in the world, and it's like now what? Like that's Adam was talking about needing some time. The veterans need some time in a truck, and he's absolutely right. That was a good point you touched on there.
I've heard that people say that, and I think it's actually a really good idea because I don't think, obviously, once again, no firsthand experience, merely speculating. But if the government handles military people like they do everything else, they're not probably taking you from what they trained you to do over somewhere else, and then transition back to leave that all behind. I can't imagine that they provide proper training and adjustment time for you. Am I missing?
No,
that?
I mean they go through a process when what they call ETSing when you're getting out, and they go over they go over things really quickly. They're basically trying to move bodies that are getting out the door.
Don't they put you through a class?
Oh, they put you through.
Don't you go through like a 2-week or a 1-week class that kind of they help you build your resume and all that? Or no, they don't.
Yeah, it's a class, but it's like
can't imagine it's enough.
3-day class. They're like,
here's massive technological weapons. Go kill people. Tomorrow you're going home. Here's how you fill out an application. That's what I can imagine them doing because it's just my experience with them. But
well, I mean, look at how we fumbled the Afghanistan pullout.
Oh, I'm gonna be living that problem here shortly, so I don't even like to talk about that. Dirty Broke's come in here and chosen to grace us with his presence. He's got his mic muted, but come on in, brother. There you are. There you are.
I'm just coming by to bless your channel, man. I haven't.
Oh, thanks.
Caught up with you in a minute, and I seen you were live when I woke up. I said, "What a treat! Let me stop in real quick."
I saw you must have been live today. I caught the part you cut out with Asian Mai there and Calvin. Was that from today or was that another day?
That was an older video. You know me, when I get lazy, I just put out some older videos that I had in the stash. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got a couple guys in here. Freight Trucking just paid off. He just paid off his truck yesterday.
Oh, salute! Congrats, man.
And Alonzo here, he's going to start a deal here shortly when he gets things in place to start hiring veterans coming back from or yonder and put them to work.
That's great, man. That is great.
So they're gonna need, eventually some dirty broke type knowledge put right on them.
Yeah, well, we're a little blunt with it, man. Just spend little and save a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't know
Alonzo,
about that.
if you're not subscribed to Dirty Broke, definitely do that. The man he's had a fleet. He's done all kinds of things, and now he figured out, what, I can make more money and not have the problems being a fuel hauler. So he's doing that now, but still likes to drop a lot of knowledge on you, and it won't be all shiny and rosy like some. He'll tell you the truth about how
we're
things
not here
can
to
go
shoe
bad.
shine you. We'll give you the good, bad, and the ugly. We ain't gonna leave anything out.
Nope.
No sunshine.
No. No. You're gonna work your ass off, and hopefully at the end of the day you can make some money.
There you go.
Save it for tomorrow.
That's it.
That's the biggest thing. You did that challenge a couple of months ago.
We're still doing. We're still doing a challenge. Can I do a shameless plug here?
Please do.
All right. The challenge is still going. It's still active. We do an update. Just check in on each other who's participating in the challenge the first Sunday of every month. So this Sunday will be the first Sunday of September. So we'll be going live at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know that's early, but I'm an early rider, so that's what I do. So if you ain't doing nothing, stop on in. We're doing an update. This will be the update, and making sure everybody's on pace, saving that money. Because if you can't save money, you will never be successful in any kind of business. Hell, in life, you will struggle if you can't save money. So we try to teach guys the very, very grassroots basics of being successful out here. Mm-hmm. And you're going to need to know that. So we're kind of walking people through the process of that, getting you in a habit of saving money, so you'll start saving without even thinking about it. Because most people, when they get their hands on a few $1,000s, they think they got to run off and go spend it. No, we're trying to teach you to hold on to it, stack it up, use some of it to invest in your business, and some of it to save in a little, give you a little cushion. You know what I mean?
But Dirty
Broke, when life happens.
I gotta have me a Hellcat. I
know, man. I know they look nice and all that, especially when you watch all the YouTubers doing all the fancy stuff they do. But at the end of the day, if you're trying to build a business, you have to save money, man.
Let me ask you this, Dirty Broke, because you're a man that gets around on YouTube. You would know. Percentage of folks making this out to be just a rosy game where everybody wins all the time and nothing bad ever happens, to percentage of folks like you and I do and tell the truth about it and say, hey, you better be prepared for this, and here's what could happen, and probably will.
Mm-hmm.
Telling people the truth. You think there's enough of that side of it going on?
No, it's definitely not enough of that, and you don't want to be, I don't want to be a dream killer. You want to try to motivate guys, but but we do have to speak in reality, and the reality is most truck drivers fail.
Yeah, be responsible.
That's a reality.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's a reason why banks don't loan money on trucks.
Absolutely. And if they do, you're going to get a high ass interest rate. It's a reason why. Why? Because it's a bad investment.
Yeah.
For the bank. It's just a reality, man.
Not only that, not only the business side of saving money, you have to take care of yourself as an individual. Like,
oh yeah.
That can get lost real quick out here on the road.
That's a good point.
It's easy to go get the fried chicken or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's so easy to do those things and not properly take care of yourself.
That is a very good point. And actually, that is the most important point that you just made right there. Forget all the money and all that. If you ain't taking care of yourself, you will lose.
Hey, let's do a YouTube PT channel.
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it, Alonzo. You'll see this man out there doing push-ups,
that's all. Do it up. Have like a group getting out there at the truck stops, just doing PT.
That'd be awesome.
Now watch where you get down to do those crunches. That probably ain't a puddle. It ain't raining in days.
They got a thing about trucking, right? It's like if you're being real successful at running a truck, you're probably getting real unhealthy. Because to run these trucks, you seem like you're running your ass off. And if you're running your ass off, you don't have a lot of time to eat healthy and exercise and things like that. there's a lot of sitting, you know what I mean? So got to kind of find that balance in there.
Isn't that true?
There's a lot of
Guilty.
misconceptions. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
No, I was just saying, I'm, for being honest, I'm guilty of that.
Oh yeah, I think we all are if we're being honest. Most truck drivers anyway, man, because trucking is time consuming, man. We spend a lot of time on our ass. Let's just be honest. And you can't get healthy if you're sitting on your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got.
It's all about discipline, though. You can prepare for the week and prepare some meals for yourself, and I've done it myself. It takes the discipline, the self-discipline to say, hey, I'm doing it. I'm just going to prepare my meals for the week, and I'm going to eat healthy. I'm not going to stop at the truck stop, and I'm not going to pick up this or that. Cut the sugars. I'm just going to do it.
Yeah.
But I want the Big Mac. I want the large Coke. I want the big fry.
I want the Mountain Dew to stay awake. I want the Monster Energy drink.
I need the Mountain. Yeah, I need the Mountain Dew to stay awake so I can run more miles there, right?
To make more money, to buy more Mountain Dew.
To make more money, yeah.
So I can run more miles to make more money to buy more Mountain Dew.
It's a vicious cycle, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's tough though. It's tough. I mean, there's guys out here getting it done, but it is not easy, man.
Yeah.
So if you're one of the guys getting it done, hats off to you, salute, man, because it is not easy.
Yeah,
and and the older you get, it doesn't get any easier. It gets harder.
Yeah. Nick G says, thanks for the super chat. He says, Over the Top was a great movie. Yes, it was, Nick. Oh, Dirty Broke, I see. Oh, I just see. Thank you for what you sent me. I appreciate that. Thank you. You don't need to do that.
Man. No problem.
I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I wish maybe I'm not searching enough, but I don't want to piss people off either.
So what? I do it every day.
Yeah, but
hey, you can piss them off. They'll be mad at me. So just go ahead.
Well, I just wish there was more people sharing. I do think that people are being honest and open to some extent.
Yeah, I do too.
But it is not all freaking living the dream. You know what I mean? Like, there's days that suck. And
right.
and you need to be aware of that. You need to understand that. And like Dirty Broke was saying, like you say with your videos you come out with money and how to invest, like there's so much outside of this truck that we as truck drivers still have to do to take care of our families, to take care of our health, to take care of everything. I mean, I'll be a little bit personal real quick, which is something I don't like to do all that much. Like, I just had $3,700 worth of work done on my mouth and my gums because I chew tobacco. So, like, I had a good deep cleaning, all kinds of crap done. But the fact that I could afford it and know now, okay, this is what I have to do to maintain the work that's been done. Now the ball's back in my court. It's my responsibility. If I don't take care of myself while I'm in the truck eventually won't generate any money because I'll be freaking in a hospital bed because I didn't take care of myself. Then what happened?
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, but this is YouTube. I mean, you gotta remember too, this is YouTube. Doing the hard things and the right thing doesn't always sell. You got sexy things sell. So, it's take it for what it is. There is an increasing number of people doing the right thing and showing the right things. There really is. A lot more people are starting to do it because it's adding a lot of value to the industry and people's lives. Entertainment is entertainment and education is education. You're not going to get them from the same place. So, there's nothing wrong with entertainment, nothing wrong with it at all. But this is YouTube,
But you got to do it in balance as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I try to do, and I do a lot of the boring stuff. I try to show you when I'm going to the dentist. I try to show you when I'm going to to get my yearly checkup for my blood work. Hell, I talked about going to go get my colonoscopy. I just turned 50 in March. You know how important that was for guys out here. Guys, most of us, we tend to neglect those kind of things. I try to show those kind of things, try to encourage people to do those kind of things, because knowing your status, it'll save you. You know what I mean? Early detection is the best defense.
Marines
you know what I mean?
Do that sort of thing for fun.
There you go.
That wasn't a live colonoscopy, was it, Dirty Broke?
I wanted to go live, but yeah, they wouldn't allow me to do that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, just
The
stuff like that.
opportunity, the opportunity in this business, especially right now. You know, I know I preach it all the time, and people get tired of hearing it, but it's astonishing and it's mind blowing what the opportunity is right now. Like this guy right here, on camera, freight trucking, changed his entire freaking life and his entire future in 8 months. What, doctors go to school for 12 years to do that, and they maybe don't even get that kind of opportunity. Where else are you going to get that? Like, it just blows my mind. And then he made what he made of it. Yeah, he made the most of the opportunity that he had. So, I mean, good for him. Good on him. Maybe he needs a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Negative.
I say go for it. Go for it.
Come on.
No. Can't do it.
Well, you can just come on. You can be my property on YouTube. I'll have you on whenever.
I'll do that.
All right.
Then I don't have to read the comments. The shit that the stuff that works.
$5.
He contributed already.
The stuff that works for me just isn't. In all honesty, nobody wants to see my Mack truck. Nobody wants to understand that I fight to get 7.5 miles a gallon in my truck. They don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? Maybe some people do, but
I do.
The masses don't. They don't. I don't know.
People in the chat are telling you to do it. Put your little tidy spandex on, get out there and do some push-ups, and then get in there and talk about fuel mileage.
That's my idea. Don't steal that shit from me.
I own it now. You granted me property of it, ownership of it. So
I seen Cash in the title. Where is he at? Where's Brother Cash at?
He was in here. He was in here, but let me tell you, Cash had a bad day. He arrived at a shipper a little late, and they're making him pay the price. So he's out there trying to get loaded, trying to handle his business, and he might be driving by now. So,
well, Cash, if you're listening, what up, man?
Yeah, everybody got to subscribe to Cash's King Trucking. That's my brother right there, and I have the DNA test to prove that that's not really true.
Does anyone use I know it's usually frowned upon in the trucking community, but I use GPS a lot, and
everybody's got one.
Yeah, like everybody's like, "Oh, use maps." I know how to use maps. I was in the military. Get off my back. But I've been noticing the GPS like lately has been like taking you through town and stuff. Like, has anyone been noticing that?
GPS
lately?
will betray you. You can't follow blindly GPS because one, it'll give you bad routes. Like
Well, specifically lately, I know Cash mentioned something about like he had an issue with it lately, taking him through some red light districts. He was saying, I was like, yeah, it's like the other day I was in Detroit and it was like running me through like, what do you got there?
Motor Carrier Atlas. Your best friend.
And if you look, where I'm going is already labeled. So
gotcha.
If my GPS is bringing me in an area I don't feel is right, I just open right up to where I'm supposed to be going. And if you noticed, I just pulled it out from behind the sleep or back here in the sleeper, because I look at my routes even as I'm already going through them.
Yeah, double check. In regards to that, I know somebody personally, somebody that I speak to face, relatively, some experience, a few years under the belt, following GPS, hit a bridge a couple weeks ago.
Oh wow!
With a trucker's GPS, so the things are not foolproof. They can get you into serious trouble. To this day, I've drove for 22 years. When I'm going somewhere I haven't been, First thing I do, I program GPS. I grab the atlas. Habit. My atlas is always within arm's reach. Now I've been about everywhere there is to be. I don't care. I still look. It's a great tool. To me, it's a better tool than GPS because it'll force you to learn, not just so, oh, here's where I'm going. Apply. We'll just see what they tell me. Well, you don't really learn and practice. Yes, Jim Boski, thank you for bringing that up. When I was with my trainer way back when, he taught me. He was a great trainer. I owe a lot to him. He passed away now. I miss the guy, but he said, practice when I'm driving. You practice reading every road sign. Every single road sign. And he would quiz me. What did that last one say? What did that 100 miles later? What did that sign say? And it taught me to read every sign going down the road. And that is probably the best tool you got. He always taught me there is no unimportant signs. They are all important. And he was right. He absolutely is right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And now, there wasn't GPS then. I'm not trying to be an old grandpa. Walk to school. There wasn't GPS. There wasn't the best thing I had was Microsoft Streets and Trips. It was the best thing you could hope for on a computer. But you learn your way around, and when all these new resources come out like Google Maps and Street View, and now you can see which freaking driveway you got to turn into at a place, which is really nice. I mean, there's no guessing at all. You can go down to Street View. Oh, I see a bridge there. Hey, that sign says that bridge is 13.2. I mean, man, the tools that are out there nowadays are just astonishing.
It is astonishing, man, because like you, me, we've been at this for a long time, and to see this industry change so much so quick, man, it's crazy, man. It is crazy that the tools, the resources that a lot of these newer guys coming in with, man, it's like, man.
Yeah, my trainer, back then he was, like I said, he was a great trainer. He also taught me, if you're in a city or somewhere trying to get somewhere and you're not sure, if you're not 100% sure you can make that turn or go down that street, don't do it. Stop, put your four-ways on, get out and walk to where you can see, I walk to the end of the block. I see I can go down that street. It's not restricted, or I can make the turn. Done that many times. People might get mad. People might get mad. You know what? They're going to get real mad when you get hung up on that corner or turn the wrong way on a street you can't be on, or scrape a railroad track with the under clearance or whatever. So screw what everybody else says.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna take off, man. I got to get to work, man. So y'all be good, and I'll catch up with you, DIY.
Thanks for coming in, brother.
Real quick, Dirty Broke. Real quick.
Yep.
These challenges that you put out, do you have to have a YouTube channel to be in these challenges?
Absolutely not.
Okay, good to know.
Anybody, I welcome everybody. You don't have to have a channel. Just let us know you're participating, man. And if you could just make a short video, if you don't have a channel and you want to share it, send it to me, send it to DIY, and we'll get it out there. Because the more people we can show doing this, it will encourage other people to do it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I agree, and I like that idea.
Yep. All right, y'all guys be good, be safe out there, make some money. Brother Broke, go.
Thanks, brother.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, people are putting all kinds of good tips. GPS, Jimbo says when the roads are covered in snow, they're great. Also, when it's foggy. Obviously, if it's so foggy you can't see, you don't want to be driving, but you can get caught. You can be driving and it's clear as a bell and get into fog. Man, a GPS is handy then. Or when there's this heavy snow and the snow covers the road signs, you can't see what road you're turning on. MW says call the shipper and receivers for directions. I used to call everyone. You didn't have there, and there was no cell phones. It was all stop at a payphone. And back then, people could give directions. Now, shit, they can't tell you how to get anywhere. I'm like, how do you get to work every day? How about we start there, and then I'll figure the rest out.
I can speak from experience that when you're driving on I-90 in South Dakota in the blizzard, your GPS doesn't keep you on the road.
Expensive parking ticket.
It's got you off in the field.
It's
field, median, whatever.
Median, one of the two. Median usually.
Yeah. Geofencing is keeping changing the game. Yeah, it is. It also is, but it's also making us dependent, which isn't always a good thing. Let them autonomous trucks screw things up. We'll just keep proving our value, doing things the right way. You know.
can I ask you for some advice on something?
I don't know. I can give you anything. You probably give me advice.
Just because I think we think a lot alike, and obviously I've talked to you. What advice do you have for me, like moving forward? Like, I do believe in setting business goals, and I obtained one of those business goals much earlier than I thought I was going to. What kind of steps or what goal should I set for myself moving forward? That might not be a flashy goal, you know what I mean?
Just keep at it. Don't get comfortable. Keep at it, and think of the possibilities, what you just accomplished, and what you could going forward. Save money. Save money. You don't stress. Setting goals is great, but sometimes just allow yourself a break too. Don't be too hard on yourself, because you'll get frustrated, you get upset and say, "Oh, I didn't achieve that. So is it really any of it worth doing?" Don't forget to have a little bit of fun. Don't forget to spend time with your family. Don't get too wrapped up in it to where you forget about them, because one day you'll come home, they won't be there otherwise. That's important.
Absolutely.
But just continue to make the most of the opportunity. Like, you could, with what you just accomplished, if you just accomplish half of that every year and save the money and invest it and put it away, I don't care if it's the stock market, it's buy some rental properties, you could retire in 10 years. Literally, you'd be what, 50-ish, right around there?
I'd be 51.
I mean, you could be just living large, you could, possibilities are endless, really. Just keep doing what you're doing, honestly. Just keep doing it. You got it. You got it. You're doing it already. You're doing the right thing. Just keep doing it.
I just got to figure out these books. That's my biggest obstacle, is figuring out these books. And I'd almost like to work in an office environment for a trucking company for a little bit, and just kind of.
You won't learn it there. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
People.
Are you talking about like? Sorry, Adam.
No, go ahead.
Are you talking about like maintaining your books?
Yeah.
Like your business books?
Yeah.
Dude, I know it's not that hard. Like, I don't mean to make things sound like it's easy, because it's not. But it's not as hard as you're making it out to be. And that's the problem that I had. That's why it took me so long to make the decision to become an owner operator or lease on with a company. Because I was scared. I was getting stuck with, oh, what about this? Oh, I got to learn about this. I got to do that. It's not that hard. And if you have the right tutelage, or you ask the people the right questions, obviously you watch Adam. If you ask Adam, Adam can give you information on how to come up with like your numbers, because they're not that hard to come up with.
I'll send you the spreadsheet. You've already, if you go way back, I have a video on knowing your cost per mile, knowing your numbers. It's a very basic record keeping system. It's very easy. Do that, and then I'll email you the spreadsheet of what to do with the numbers, and there you got it right there. Now it's very basic, fundamental bookkeeping, but it's especially when you're one guy, it's all you need. And then as you grow, maybe you want to adapt it some, but other than that, the stuff you talked about with the permits and all that, this just over time, I think I've talked about most of it. It sounds intimidating once you get into it. It's a lot of it's just repetitive.
I'm probably just galaxy braining the heck out of this.
Yeah, you'll say, oh, I got. Don't talk yourself out of it, and don't. The important part is drive the truck A to B, be on time. Don't hit anything you're not supposed to hit, and everything else will kind of work itself out, right?
It's too late to talk myself out of it at this point. I already got the funds.
Well, then
the other thing is,
if you need help, I don't want to see that part of it hold you back. So, I mean, if you need help, just reach out, DIYsim@yahoo.com, and you know, we'll talk a little bit or something. And you know, if you got to hire somebody to help you get all your permits and get set up, it's not that big a deal. You don't have to do it yourself. I mean, it might cost you an extra $1,000. No big deal. I don't have a problem if people do that. Really.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
And this is why when you said about you, or somebody said about me having a YouTube channel or something, this is kind of why what I'm about to say is unpopular. That's why I don't do this stuff on YouTube. But I'm assuming you're talking about getting your own authority just by the little bit that I just heard. Do you know people build fleets while they're leased on to companies? Like, you don't have to go out and get your own authority to like have a fleet of trucks. And still,
it can be it's for some, it can be a middle point. You know, if you're not quite ready, if you're ready with the equipment and everything and the drivers, but you say, I'm just not quite ready to make that step yet. It's not a bad strategy. If you find a good carrier, you know, I would recommend a smaller one to even, you know, a mid-size one. Say, hey, let me build my fleet here, and then make sure that, you know, it's all you want it to be. You can handle the people and the different thing, keep up on the maintenance and all these different things, and then say, okay, now I'm ready to step away and just move everything over to my authority. That, you know, people do that. You can do it either way. There's a million ways to do everything.
Right. Like they say, more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah. Smokehouse, I know it's not letting you show. That's a YouTube thing. It won't let if you're not a moderator, I think it won't let you drop links, and it won't. I don't think it lets anybody put emails in there. But I'll make you a moderator. You try to put that email in there if you want. Let me jump in there. See how I do that. Here we go. We'll find Smokehouse here. Make him a moderator. Here we go. There we go. You're a moderator now. You go ahead and try and put that email in there again if you want. Yeah, I mean, million ways to do everything. It's everybody, and it's all what you're ready for. Or if you're finding I just don't quite have enough money.
I think if I can put a checklist together, I just don't want to miss anything. You don't want to miss anything when you're dealing with the tax man.
Definitely. You turn square corners when you're dealing with the IRS. Yeah, absolutely.
So
yes,
I just got to put together for myself a checklist. This, and this. Make sure it's squared away. Whether it be quarterly, yearly, whatever the case may be.
You mean I got to give somebody money off of the money I've already made? What's this tax thing we're talking about? I thought that was all my money.
Shoot. I know we forgot something. Damn it.
Damn.
I don't know you no more. We never had this conversation. Yeah, so
I work for Uncle Sam. I know he'll get his money.
Oh yes, he's Uncle Sam is like a scorned ex-wife. He gonna get his money. Yeah, you know, going back to that, that's another thing that causes a lot of people to fail is they fail to put money away for taxes.
Oh yeah. The way that I have it set up is I pay quarterly taxes, and yeah, that's something you have to think about as a business owner. Like I said, I've never dealt with the kind of money that I deal with on a weekly and monthly basis. You know what I mean? But that money is allocated for things. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And it's, you know, you might have $50,000 in your checking account, but
it's not yours.
It's not yours. You know what I mean? And
you can look at it that way. You got her dicked.
Yeah. It's tough even paying yourself. I mean, I went months without even paying myself because I didn't know really how to do it. You know what I mean? And then with some advice that I got, it was like, okay, now I can start paying myself.
No, do you even have to pay yourself?
Do I?
Yeah. Like, can you can you just take out like your set amount from your business account? So like essentially,
So
it's like coming out like in petty cash. I don't know.
the way Adam, I'm sure, can talk about this a lot better than I can.
Yeah, unless if you're a corporation, like an S corp, C corp, whatever, you have to do a formal payroll. Like you have to withhold taxes on yourself. Even you have to pay yourself what the IRS calls a reasonable salary, appropriate to your field of work. And then, above and beyond that, you can pay yourself dividends and save some taxes. If you're an LLC or just a sole proprietor or DBA, you don't really have to do a formal payroll. What I do, for now, I'm an LLC. I just write myself a check every Friday. The business taxes and personal taxes go on the same tax return at the end of the year. Just the business is on a Schedule C, so it's not really that formal.
So you're on LLC?
Yes.
So, like sole proprietor?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And that's an individualized thing. Everybody's situation is going to be very different. Now, people should say, you have this many trucks, whatever you're making, that you need to be an S corp, or at least be taxed as an S corp. Well, you don't know the rest of what my life looks like. I have other businesses, I have things going on. You can't presume to know somebody's situation. Everybody's is very different. That's why you need, personalized advice from a tax person.
And that's what I did. I sat down with an accountant that directed me on how to pay myself. And like a certain dollar amount, basically. We came up with like, this is what I want to earn a year. And they walked me through how to pay myself.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about going through it the same way you're going about it, Adam.
I just pay myself a salary. I pay myself the same thing every week. If I get in a situation where I need more, at the end of the year I could pay myself a bonus, or once a month I could pay myself a bonus.
Sure.
I'm a big fan of clean and easy. Because I can just do it and just be done with it.
That's exactly what I do.
Yeah.
Only I pay myself once a month, and it goes right from my business account to my personal account.
I pay myself once a month also. It's just I say that this much a week times, however many weeks in a year. I pay myself once a month. There's an option, you could change it anytime. You have options. If once you're a corporation, you lose that luxury. So, it's just one of those things.
Well, hey Adam, I'm gonna hop off here, man.
Yeah, I think I knew too. It's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late, man. I appreciate everything. If
we'll do it again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta get everything squared away actually with my accountant and LLC this next week, and then we're gonna be heading into actually getting the insurance and authority. So I'll let you know how it's all panning out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, best wishes to you, and we're all on your side. Everybody in here. So everybody, this isn't just you, but everybody in here, lean on each other, man. Help each other out.
This is the way the trucking company was before I got in the Army. It was like I was telling you, Randy helped my brother get started, and all the old school truckers they were more than happy to help you.
Yeah. Now that being said, like we're friends. We're gonna help each other out, but there's also the point where like at a certain point we're competitors, and I will destroy you.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No, there's plenty for everybody.
Drive anymore?
Do I even drive anymore?
Yeah, it's kind of like
lately the extent of my driving is using my truck to go move trailers around to get them fixed, and sometimes I'll go load a load for one of the drivers. And
you don't have to drive no more. He's a field general.
Yeah, that's the first one to take a bullet, right? I'm short on. I need another trailer. I'm short on trailers. If I get another trailer, I can haul some freight once in a while. But for right now,
Or you can just sell me one.
Oh, I'm thinking about buying all I can get and flipping them. Jesus, the market is so stupid right now. But yeah. So yeah, we can all help each other out. There's plenty of room for that. Like I ain't worried about like somebody getting in on something I got. It don't worry me a bit.
All right.
Takes a long time.
I really do appreciate you.
Yeah, we'll see you later and take care. Freight trucking. Any more wisdom you want to drop on us for the end of the night here?
Watch DIY Semi YouTube channel. You'll learn a lot and be successful.
Your Cash App is on the way. How much do I owe you for that? See you, Alonzo.
Take it easy, guys. See ya.
Yeah, take it easy.
Later.
Take it easy. Well, thanks everybody for coming in. Thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, we got some good people. I couldn't be happier for both those guys. Good guys, man. So yeah, we'll do this again. It's a good time. And everybody take care.